Good morning, everyone. Hey, y'all. Welcome to the live Sprinkle Sprinkle. We're here this morning. It is very sunny outside, as you can see. I'm all basking in the sunlight, getting my vitamin D. How are y'all this morning? Okay. Shout out to everybody who is waiting. Thank you, California girl. Is that you? And one. Hey, y'all. How y'all doing? Jasmine in the house. Sprinkle Sprinkle. So we're gonna be going back to the topic, how to keep him obsessed, because so many people liked the first video. um, so we're going to go and do a little bit more on this subject about how to keep him obsessed. Once you get him obsessed, how to keep him obsessed. Okay. A lot of y'all always ask me to do videos about being in a relationship already, being married, how to keep them obsessed. Okay. You got to keep doing what you was doing in the beginning. Don't change. Okay. That means if you was a problem in the beginning, you remain a problem. That means if you were demanding and you wanted certain things, you keep wanting those things. Okay. Because when people get comfortable, when they can predict everything all the time, it's not the same. And the thrill is gone. So you got to keep it unpredictable. You got to stay a problem if you were a problem. Never be his peace. Because if he's always worried about you, then he's obsessing over you. If he's always thinking about you, wondering about you because you're not giving away too much and you're not predictable, then he's always thinking about you, which equals obsession. You get it? So you don't fill in any of the blanks. You let them wonder. Okay? Let them wonder. Let them guess. Don't tell them everything. Shut your mouth. Keep them in suspense. Okay, thank you, Theo. You want to be the first one to sprinkle me? I appreciate you, Theo. Thank you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So, suspense. Keep them in suspense. Okay, thank you. You're just watching me from yesterday. I appreciate you, Emily. Thank you for the shout out and the sprinkle. Thanks for watching my videos too. I appreciate y'all. Okay, the next thing. Okay, I said stay unpredictable. Let them be in suspense. Okay, be vague when they're trying to get information. Stay vague. And let me tell you why. Because y'all aren't getting it. The more they think about you, the more they become obsessed. So the point is to get them to think. Thank you, Nano, Num, Sprinkle, Sprinkle. Yeah, I'm in the sunlight. It's like glistening off of me. So stay vague. The more they think about you, the more they obsess. Okay. So don't give them all the information that they need. Leave out a lot of stuff. And if you make a habit of it, they'll just be used to it and think that's your way. Some people call this bad communication, but it's not, because so many women fall for men that are bad communicators and they become obsessed with men who are bad communicators. They're not bad communicators. They're just leaving you in suspense, making you think, making you worry, making you stress out, making you feel like, why aren't they doing this and why aren't they doing that, which gets you in return obsessed with them. So you need to do the same thing and be vague and leave them in suspense. Thank you, sister. Sister Juan, Sprinkle, Sprinkle. Thank you, Catalina. How do you take your power back in general? You got to slowly change into the person that is unpredictable, who leaves them in suspense, do what they want and have their own life, and demand what you want out of them. That's all you got to do. If you can't do that, then you don't deserve the power. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. So now that they're constantly thinking about you because you are leaving them in suspense, now you can plant ideas. Okay. Thank you, Barbie. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You help, girly. I swear I only listen to you. Okay, ma'am. Thank you, Miss Barbie. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Says I argue too much and don't want to marry me. Okay, well then stop arguing and shut your mouth and start walking out the house looking too good. All right. Nobody's obsessed with somebody that argues with them all the time. Look good and leave. Sprinkle, sprinkle. This man messed up, but he's keep providing Great provider, but I don't want to settle down yet. How do I push the situation? What do you mean push the situation? Date other people and collect his money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You don't want to be with him, so just collect his money and date other people. Very simple. All right, so once you're giving vague information and they're not getting enough information, they're going to want to connect with you more, which means they're emotionally connecting to you for better communication. So they're going to try to, let's go out on a date. We need to talk. We need to spend more time together. So leaving things vague allows them to want to communicate more with you and spend more time with you to catch up. Okay. Okay. How often should you answer his calls? Depends on what he's calling about. If he's not calling about anything, then don't answer them. Only answer calls that are, beneficial to you. So this is going to train him to only call when he has something for you. All right. So you can rush him off the phone if he's not talking about anything beneficial. It's like, oh, okay, well, why did you call? Oh, really? You don't have any? Okay. You don't have any good news? Okay, well, I got to go. So next time he calls, he's trained to call with good news or money. Okay. You don't stay on the phone if it ain't about no money. If it's not about no good news, get off. The longer he keeps you on the phone, the more he has to be offering you, and you make sure he delivers. Like, okay, well, I'm getting ready to do this right now. Why don't you just cash at me real quick and I'll call you back. Get it? All right. Thank you, Sweet Tooth. Men online, what to say? To get $6K for plastic surgery. He knows what it's for. He won't say yeah because he don't agree with it. Well, then you shouldn't have told him what it's for. I told y'all to keep stuff vague. Aunt Ethel, our fake Aunt Ethel. Well, she could have fallen behind in mortgage for about a couple of months. That could have been her mortgage money. Why do y'all tell these men everything? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Keep them in the dark. Keep it vague. Get what you need out of them. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Y'all be doing too much. And to tell y'all. Okay. You see, Aunt Ethel is always coming through. Yes, use her for what she's for. Lying. Okay, so now that they're going to want to spend more time with you because you've been vague with them in communication and they want to catch up and see what you've been doing, then that's when you can get them all excited to spend time with you. And now you can say, okay, well, if I'm going to do that, I want to go here, or I want you to do this for me in order for me to do that. So now you find yourself, telling them exactly what you want and they have to deliver, or else you're going back to being vague. You're going back to, leaving them in suspense. So they have to deliver. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Being mean got you better results than being nice. Told him he didn't pique my interest. Now, every time he texts, he has a gift or money. Thank you, Kalo K. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I know that's right. Closed mouths don't get fed. Wonderful. Thank you, Alia. Ala. I hope I said your name right. Thank you, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, so now that you're getting ready to pick the activity that you want or demand whatever you want of this guy to keep him obsessed, he's going to obsess over making the date or the circumstance to your liking. Now he's thinking about what you like, which means he's obsessed with your happiness, what you like, the fear of him not getting it right. So all of that is focused, and it's literally turning into obsession. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, Aria. How to bring back a spark in a 3-year relationship. Be unpredictable. Leave him in suspense. Be vague on communication. Go out, dress up, do stuff without him. Have your own life. And then when he wants to play catch up and see what you've been doing, or if he wants to, get some time with you, then demand what you want. Demand the type of date you want. Okay. Get up, look good, act like, you've already got him in the bag. Now you're curious about everything else in life. Okay. Have your own life. You can't understand, what it is to be you if you're not you anymore. And if you're predictable and boring and blah, there's not going to be a spark. So you got to be unpredictable, leave them in suspense. Don't tell them everything. Go somewhere, get dressed, leave them at home. When they ask where you are, be very vague. Don't give a time when you're returning. Then they're going to want to catch up. Then you tell them what you want. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So you finally asked him to quit my job and stay at home and focus on creating my business. He said yes. How to keep my independence What if he got to leave? You should have a savings account already before you quit anything. Have enough in your bank account to where you can leave whenever you choose to. If you don't have that, make sure he gives you that before you quit. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle, and don't spend it. Thank you, Jasmine. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. After that, after you've said, okay, well, if you want to play catch up, then this is what you can do for me. After you like gone on the date or had a talk and he bought you your favorite flowers and, did what you want him to do, whatever. Great. Now he thinks he's back in. He thinks now you're going to start keeping him in the loop again. And now he's got you. Never let him catch you. Ask for something else or come up with a problem for him to solve. Okay. If he's solving a problem for you, he's going to keep thinking about you. And he's also, benefiting you in a way. So come up with a fake problem for him to solve or make up a problem or have a problem around the house that he needs to solve. Okay. So have a problem for him. So meanwhile, while he's trying to solve your problem, you're not giving him the most attention because the problem isn't solved. This keeps him obsessed with solving your problem, okay? And once the problem is solved, the reward is your attention. This is how you keep men obsessed. So once they solve the problem, the reward is your attention. Not too much attention, just enough. I already read your thing, Sweet Tooth, Sprinkle, Sprinkle. Y'all got to listen. I go fast because I'm trying to get through this, and y'all be asking questions that have nothing to do with what I'm talking about. So I'm answering them as fast as I can. Oh, I'm so sorry. You know what? I said, don't tell him you're getting plastic surgery. Tell him it's for Aunt Ethel. Remember? Don't tell him everything. Ask for help because you helped Aunt Ethel pay her mortgage. Okay, you messed up and a lot of things became routine, boring, and he still chases and is loyal, trying to make it fun again. So he takes me on dates. Okay, well, then you have to do what I told you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, meow. You got to shake it up because boring, even though he's good and faithful, it's still boring. Okay. He got to become obsessed with you. He's just happy and satisfied, not obsessed. There's a difference. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Example of problems to bring up to a guy you just met. Aunt Ethel, baby. Aunt Ethel, car problems, your dog needs surgery, any of those. Thank you, Sweet Tooth. No, it's the one after that. You asked another one? Okay, hold on. I don't see it. Okay, I see it now. You didn't tell him what it's for. I said if he knows it's plastic surgery, okay. 6K, okay. Break it up into smaller amounts and then save up yourself, okay? So if you're asking for a lump sum, that could be the problem. Ask for 1K here, 2K there. Break it up and then save it up, okay? Because a lump sum sounds like a lot, and he doesn't know what you're getting ready to spend this on. He don't know if he's going to see you again. You need to break it up and then put it in your savings, okay? Sometimes these men want to breadcrumb you because they're scared you're just going to dip. So save it up by asking him for a little bit at a time. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Some men also fear you're going to leave after you get what you want. And that's that lump sum may be like keeping you there. So just break it up into smaller lump sums so he doesn't realize it. And make up stuff for what it's for. Be like, oh, well, I need to do this and I need to do that. And just keep putting in your savings towards whatever you're trying to do. And if he doesn't agree with what you are doing, it doesn't matter because that's not your husband. That ain't your daddy. So you literally do what you want. So who cares if he's agreeing with it? It's not him. It's not his life. And he's not your daddy or your husband. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I don't know why y'all let people, I know that you don't care whether he agrees with it or not, which is good. And just keep that in mind. So you don't have to tell him everything and just break it up in little lump sums and get what you need and go do what you got to do. Sprinkle, sprinkle. That's literally it. After that, he'll be like, where'd you go? Oh, I had something done. I had to go on vacation, just lie. And when he comes back, he'll see what he contributed to. And then, once he realizes he's invested in you, maybe he'll like you and want to invest more. Your family member jealous of your boyfriend with money, they hating. Okay, well, don't bring your boyfriend around your family. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. Don't tell your family everything if they're those type of people. Okay. Keep it separate. All right. Another thing. Another way to keep him obsessed after he solved your problem, to give him a small reward. That could be a thank you. That could be like, okay, spending more time with him, bragging on him to other people, like in his presence. It could be whatever, he feels like is a reward. It could be like, scratching his back or something, if you're into that, whatever it is. And be happy with the results of the problem that he solved and brag on it, because it's going to make him feel proud. It's going to make him feel like, yeah, I did that. I'm happy. I'm pleasing my woman. So he's going to feel proud for pleasing you. Right? Okay. Now, also to keep him obsessed after he solved the problem, start all over. Start this list all over. Become unpredictable again. Leave them in suspense again. Be very vague. They're going to want to spend more time with you. You give them the option to do something that you really like, and then you give them another problem. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. That's literally it. That is the order. And you keep repeating it. You don't repeat it the exact same way. You change up how you're being unpredictable. You change up how you leave them in suspense. You change up, giving information and, not communicating as, thorough as you should. You let them crave time with you. Then you give it to them, but make sure it's on your terms. And then you give them a problem to solve. That's literally all you got to do. And once you do that a couple of times, they're going to be obsessed with you. All right. And if they really like you, they're going to be okay with that. They're going to just say, oh, that's just who she is. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And you gotta be in control of your emotions as well, ladies. A woman that's in control of her emotions controls the situation. I'm gonna repeat that. A woman who is in control of her emotions controls the situation. She cannot be triggered to go this way or that way. Her emotions are intact. And she pretty much said what she said. And if you don't like it, I'm so sorry for you. You know what I'm saying? So stay in control of your emotions. If they act up, like if you're trying to get them obsessed and they're acting up, oh, you're not telling me everything. It's like, oh, just be patient. I'm not doing anything. Do you want to come with me to my mom's house? Act like you're going to, he's not going to know if you're going over there for sure. You know what I'm saying? So you come up with stuff to make him seem like he's overreacting, and then offer him something that he's going to say no to. Well, you don't ever call and pick up the phone and da 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 da. Well, I'm trying not to be attached to my phone as much. And I figure, you can tell me what you need to tell me in person. I'm going on a social media phone cleanse, like lie, like make up some stuff, y'all. And then if they say, okay, well, you're so unpredictable. I don't know when you're going to be home. I don't know when you're going to do this. And I don't know what you're going to do that. It's like, you know what? I don't know either. I'm just very spontaneous like that. That's who you are. That's who I am. That's who you're with, So, and don't get triggered by their emotions. Stay calm. Exactly. Just explain it away like that. Oh, well, I don't know. Well, maybe tomorrow we can hang out and do more together. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And keep this on repeat. That's how they get obsessed with you. They're always going to be thinking about what you're doing, why you're not letting them in, why you're being so vague, why you're spending more time alone or doing other things and all this kind of stuff. And the reason why is because if they're continuously worried about you, if they're continuously thinking about you, they're continuously becoming obsessed. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you. Okay. Gosh. I appreciate y'all. Examples to bring up to a guy you just met. I think I answered that one, but the dog. You met him online. It's been 2 days. Do I straight up say I can have some money? Okay. I told y'all stop meeting these dudes online. If he's really ugly and way older and he likes you times 10, yes, ask him for some money. If not, stop meeting these dudes online. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Meeting men online is the worst thing you could do. All right. Stop. Go meet people in real life on the rich side of town where you know they have money. Thank you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said potential provider complains that I don't call or text or check on him. Okay, so that's one of the steps of him becoming obsessed. So this is what you tell him. Say, oh, you know what? I'm so sorry. I think about you all the time. And, I was thinking that you would call me. Maybe we had some telepathy going on there. But I think about you a lot. But I just don't call because I don't want to bother you. Thank you, Aria. Sprinkle, sprinkle, how to deal with prenup talk. Make sure the prenup is beneficial to you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You can get your own too. Write what you want in yours too, as long as it's beneficial for you. It's like, sure, I'll have one as long as it's beneficial. Otherwise, I ain't signing that that's not beneficial to me. That don't make no sense. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. What if he ghosts you? Then go to the other one. You should have two. All right. If you're only dating, it doesn't matter if someone ghosts you. There's another date around the corner waiting to pick you up. There's another date waiting for you to meet him. There's another date waiting to take you shopping. Why y'all only have one? Who cares if they ghost you? By the time they circle back around, charge them a re-entry fee. Win-win. They want another date. They want to talk to you some more. Send them a Cash App request and put re-entry fee in there. Okay. They don't come back. Oh, well, on to the next, darling. Another way to keep them obsessed is to not treat them like Pygmisha treated them. Because some of y'all don't realize a lot of these men are used to Pygmishas. You can't treat them like Pygmisha. No, they weren't obsessed over Pygmisha, but they are obsessed over women who don't obsess over them. And like in my first video, when I said to be obsessed with yourself, y'all need to watch that one, definitely. And this one is how to keep them obsessed by staying a priority to you as well. Okay, can you go solo to a nice restaurant or country club and meet a nice rich guy? Yes, sprinkle, sprinkle, you sure can. Why not? Okay, you're fully provided for, but need advice when fights come up from your provider. Talk less, argue less. If you don't agree, go quiet and become all these things. Unpredictable, leave them in suspense, be very vague. It's basically the quiet or the silent treatment with a little bit of talk as if you're unbothered. You know what I mean? So for example, don't argue and fight. Get up, get dressed, look cute. Say you got to go run some errands. Okay. Don't answer the phone. Be unpredictable. Be very vague in everything that you do. When they try to make it up to you, name what you want. Now they think they're back in, but now you have a problem for them to solve. See, this is the formula. I know it's written very messy, but this is the formula. Even with the fight, you got to keep them in this pattern. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Always right. Okay, thank you. You just wanted to say hi from Chicago. Thanks for giving me confidence to walk away. But my guy friend doesn't think a woman should listen to you. Okay, well, that's a man. Sprinkle, sprinkle. A man is always going to say that because he's a man, but it works on them. So sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. Men are never going to 100% agree with me, especially if they're young. They're not supposed to. They're not women. All right. And ladies, honestly, I know you have friends. I know you have to share stuff with somebody, but you're not supposed to tell everybody everything. Some things are for yourself or for your friends only. A lot of y'all are telling everybody everything to make it look like you know something. The point of knowing something is to just know it naturally or pretend like you know it naturally without telling everybody everything. You know what I mean? So, if y'all are the type of women that tell y'all's friends, the male friends, boyfriends, husbands, and stuff like that, everything, that's where you mess up. That's where you 100% mess up. You got to keep them in the dark about a lot of stuff. You know why? Because just because they're nice to you and your friend today doesn't mean that's what they're going to be tomorrow. Or that's not what they're going to be when they're arguing with you. They're going to use all these things against you in the future. So why would you give them the ammunition? Some of y'all need to think. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, you like for your fiance to move in together, but he says that he wants to, but nothing is happening. He wants me to help pay. Girl, tell him goodbye. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If a man wants you to help him pay, he's not ready for you. Is he young? No. You don't move in, or you don't move in with no grown, able-bodied man and breaching your purse. Nope. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Absolutely not. Thank you, Aria. Said arguments are making him not want to spend money. Ma'am, stop arguing. Shut up, get up, dressed, and go somewhere. Cry when he says something mean. Put on your best outfit and leave. Why are y'all sitting there arguing? Only dumb people argue because you're not going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere. Just get up, put on your makeup, and leave. Tell him you're going to your mom's house. Tell him you're going to shopping. He doesn't know. Go. Stop sitting there arguing with the man. He said what he said. You said what you said. Go say it to somebody else and see if you can get some money somewhere else. Start a roster. Y'all are investing too much into people that don't care. Okay? Care about yourself. If you want to sit there and argue with somebody, go argue with somebody else who's not giving you money. Okay? Go argue with a Pygmisha. Go argue with a Dusty. Just don't sleep with them. Y'all are not understanding. To argue means you're emotionally invested. You don't care enough to argue, okay? Stop caring enough to argue. Just like, okay, well, I gotta go. I'm gonna go run some errands. I'll be back when I'm, a little bit later. Bye. This is how you get them obsessed. Now they're thinking about, where is she really going? What is she really doing? I hope I didn't make her too angry. What if she's sad? Now they're thinking about you. You don't sit there and argue, because then it becomes a competition. Unless you want to compete with him, which is kind of masculine, unless you don't care about keeping him obsessed, all you got to do is walk out, go do something else, be quiet. If you can't go shopping, go in a whole other room and be by yourself. Y'all got to stop arguing. That's competition. The best way to win an argument is to walk away. Okay, because now you're not competing anymore. They're not even listening to you once they're arguing with you. They just want to be right. So just walk away and just like, okay, well, we're not getting anywhere. I got to go. Now they're going to think about your side of it and where they went wrong and how they can make it up to you, because now they know you're upset and they're mad. You're mad and they have to make it up to you because you're the one that walked away. You see, you're going to get the advantage if you walk away. You're going to sit there and argue. You're not going to get anywhere. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Men are always thinking about what they can get from you, especially broke men. All their entertainment is rolling around on a mattress. A Dusty's main entertainment is rolling around on a mattress. You get a rich man, they're going to want to go do rich activities. Okay. So that's how you know your man is broke. If he's always thinking about the physical part of the relationship, if he always wants to roll around on a mattress and thinking about rolling around on a mattress, that means he's literally the only form of entertainment he has. You got to do more in life than just think about rolling around on a mattress. How many times does he take you out to dinner? How many times does he do this? How many times does he do that? How many times does he buy you flowers and things like that? If a man is only good for rolling around on a mattress, you can go get any man to do that. Okay. Is he good for paying some bills? How to keep them obsessed. Roll around on the mattress a lot less. Because when you do, it's special. It's earned. Okay? You don't roll around on the mattress every time they ask you to. You roll around on the mattress when they have earned it. Okay? That's how you keep them obsessed. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You let them earn it. It is something to be earned, not something that's free or given. Even after marriage, even in a relationship, they have to earn it. If they don't earn it, they can't get it. And so many pick-me-shas are afraid. Oh, what if he goes somewhere else? What if you go somewhere else to get money? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. You have bad habit of talking too much. Sometimes you speak wrong things in wrong time. How to change it? Shut up and just listen. And how to get money. If it's not about money, then why are you talking about it? You know what I'm saying? You don't become emotionally attached to no man unless all bills are paid and you don't have to work anymore. Stop talking so much. It's not a competition. You're there to benefit and gain, not for who's right or wrong. Okay, you argue with your friends, you can argue with your siblings, but when it comes to somebody that's giving you money, just take the money and do what you're going to do anyway. Okay, y'all are doing too much. Go get a friend, a bestie, talk to the chat GPT or something. AI. Talk to AI. He said when he gives you stuff or does stuff and you're ungrateful and argue, I have a habit of screaming and cussing. Okay, well then calm down and shut up. All right. You don't treat men that have money the same as you treat a dusty. Because some of y'all only been dealing with dust and y'all don't know how to deal with men that give you money. Say thank you so much. You're so sweet. Okay, but I gotta go. I'm super busy. I got to do A, B, C, and D. But thank you. You're so much. Call somebody, even if it's just a fake phone call. Brag about what he did in front of him on the phone. Then hang up and say, thank you so much, honey. You're so sweet. And leave. Post up the gift he bought you and just be calm. Why are y'all arguing about everything? Why is everything so difficult? Life is supposed to be peaceful and easy. You know the formula. Just say thank you, post up, make a fake phone call, brag about what he did for you, and be out. Okay, y'all are doing too much. It's this easy. He does something nice for you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, guess what, sis? My man did A, B, C, and D. Yeah, my man. Bye. Thank you, honey. Anyway, I'm late for my manicure. I gotta go. Bye. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Fake it. Y'all be doing too much. Then, like, if he does something else, do less. Because that's gonna keep him doing more. So you got to be grateful one good time and then so the other times. Like, oh, thank you, honey. I really appreciate it. I got to go though. I'm late. Then he'll do it again, thinking he's going to get the same reaction, like the fake phone call and all that. Oh my gosh, honey, that's so sweet. I got to go though. I'll see you later. Oh my gosh, honey, that's nice, but you forgot to do A, B, C, and D. You know, then the next time, then you make the fake phone call once again. Then, oh my God, I got to post this on my Instagram. Thank you for this beautiful flowers. You know, every fifth time you act grateful, really grateful. All the other times you just act regular, thankful, but then find something that, you know, he can improve on at the same time. You don't always have to argue. Always arguing means there is something wrong with a competition. You want the emotional interaction, or they want the emotional interaction with you because you're not giving it any other way. You know what I mean? So fake it till you make it, baby. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If y'all are arguing, y'all are emotionally invested. All right. I'm just going to give it to you. If you are arguing with a man, flip it to just cry. They're already emotionally pulled in. Now all you got to do is cry. and stop arguing. It's fake cry. Then he's going to want to try to fix whatever he just done did. If not, then he thinks you're going to go somewhere else, and then he's going to really be worried and become more obsessed with you. Okay? So keep him obsessed by not being predictable, leaving them in suspense about things. Don't tell them stuff until the last minute. Like if you're going to go somewhere major, if you're going to do something, don't let them know in advance. Tell them at the last minute. Let me tell y'all why. Because if you say, oh, I'm going on a girls trip, or oh, I'm going here, or I'm going there, they're going to try to figure out how to, go with you. They're going to dag you about it, or, So you got to make sure you tell them at the last minute so they can't. Thank you, Jasmine's Journey. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And plus, it also goes in with being unpredictable. Okay. You find out he's cheating, but should you stay and act like and get the most out of it? He doesn't know that I found out. I refuse to walk away empty-handed. Okay, get money then, man. Because the Dusty gonna cheat too. So you might as well get your money. Whoever you end up with could do the same thing to you. Stay and get everything you want, and then go to where you need to go. You can cut them off in the bedroom, but get all you can get and then be gone. Or stay. It's just up to you, because most men are gonna cheat anyway. Might as well be crying in the bins and crying at the bus stop. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Or just don't get him both. Just emotionally detach and just get money and shop. Either way. Okay. Either way. Y'all know that's how a lot of women do after like years and years. They understand this. They don't care. They're just like, okay, well, I'm going shopping today. I'll see you whenever you get home, honey. Bye. They don't really care. They're not checking up on them. They're getting their money. They're shopping. They're living their lifestyle. They're having lunch with their besties and going on vacation. Nobody cares after a certain amount of time. You know what I'm saying? Okay, y'all got to do better. Y'all got to get emotionally detached so that y'all can enjoy life. Okay. Some of y'all women are so stressed out, worrying about a man, worrying about what he's doing, worried about he's going to do it again. Y'all's hair is falling out. Y'all are looking crazy. Y'all are, doing too much because y'all care too much when they don't care at all. And they're not obsessed with you. You're obsessed with them. So y'all got to flip the script. How to make rich approach without looking needy. Go to where they hang out. Go to where they live. Go to where they run errands and do what they do. Eventually, someone's going to approach or talk to you. Put yourself in the environment, and all you're going to meet is people in that environment that have money. Okay. Do it as often as you can. Okay, you work first class a lot on a plane. There are a lot of cute, wealthy men, but I also need to be professional, or should I not meet them on the plane? If they flirt with you, if they come on to you, definitely, you may be able to do something with that, but don't come on to them. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You know what I mean? Always let them approach no matter what you're doing. Okay. It may help if you do some eye contact. But also, very rich men understand women that are going to do that to try to pique their interest in order for them to, communicate. So you also have to keep that in mind. Not every man wants to be, always on the prowl. So just treat them very nice, say their name and smile, and do a healthy, normal eye contact, or professional, healthy, normal eye contact. And if they like you, they like you. But sometimes rich men are like, oh, she's going to try to do eye contact with me because I'm rich and she knows that all these women all want me. They're going to start to think like that. So y'all just got to keep it professional. And if they like you, they like you. It helps if you look good and smell good, though. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Okay, so another way to keep them obsessed is to keep yourself looking nice. Keep yourself looking good. Don't let yourself go. All right? Some of y'all get in these relationships. Some of y'all getting married, and y'all let yourselves go. And I don't know why y'all do that. The man can let himself go all he wants, as long as he keep paying. You know what I'm saying? But you as a woman, you may, fluctuate like I do in weight, but you always got to look good. You got to keep your hair, keep your nails, keep your makeup, lose the weight when you can. Thank goodness for, weight loss clinics now. But definitely keep yourself up, because men are visual creatures. Ain't no man gonna be obsessed over you if you ugly. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. I'm gonna repeat that. Ain't no man gonna be obsessed over no ugly woman. So keep yourself looking good. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And that doesn't mean looking good some of the time or only on the weekend or one day a week. It means day, or at least most days. Okay. Most days. If you don't love yourself enough to take care of yourself most days and make sure you look presentable, then how are they supposed to? You know what I'm saying? So look good. That's it. There's no arguing with that. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You see. Anyway. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said you're worried about dating older men because they're single for a reason. Yeah, because they've already dated, divorced, dated, broke up. Usually when they're older, they're able to date younger women. So that's what they're going to do. Not all men date to get married. Not all men date to be with one exclusive person for a long term. You got to be the one. You got to be the one they want to spend on. Okay. I don't think it's fair to judge men because they're single. I just think it's fair to judge men because they're broke. So if they're not broke and they're spending, who cares? Get their money, man. People should literally not care. Like, oh, why is he single? Why is he that? Does he have some money? Is he gonna spend it? Let's go. Y'all be worried about the wrong stuff. Do you want him to be taken? Then if he is taken, oh well, he's married. Oh well, he's got a girlfriend. Okay, y'all are never gonna be happy. Just get the money. Okay. I've learned a couple of things. Women who judge have always got something to say, always got something negative to say. I'm going to tell y'all a secret. It's because you have low self-esteem and you need an excuse not to move forward. If you're going to date young guys, of course, young guys are always chasing women. They're always chasing women. They're always going to be in some situationship or some relationship because they're young. Older guys, they don't usually make a lot of commitments. They are who they are. They got enough money to have a roster. Okay. Some of y'all aren't thinking. And some of y'all are, afraid to be rejected by an old man. And I'm going to tell you a secret. Don't approach them. Let them approach you. If they're old and don't have no relationship, because they don't want one. Period. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Or that just because they're not in a relationship don't mean they're not dating several women. That doesn't mean they don't have a roster either. It means they're old. They know what they're capable of, if it's commitment or not. But once they find the type of woman that they really like, they'll do what the woman wants. And especially if you get them obsessed with you, they'll do what you want. Especially if you get them at the right age. Right on that midlife crisis line, about 50 to 55. That's when they start thinking about mortality. You can get them. Okay. Why are you single? Why are you single? Why are you single? Why are you too old to be single? Do you want them to be married? You want to be the mistress? Okay. That works too. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. Either way, get your money. Like sometimes I watch some, videos and stuff like that. And even if it's a man talking or even if it's a woman talking, so many people say, are you single? Are you married? Why aren't you married? Why aren't you single? Why not? You know what? They might be the best of all the worlds combined. They might be married, active single, and dating. You don't never know. Some of them may have already been married, staying single until they meet someone that's going to change their mind. Y'all don't know. Some people are are dating on a roster. So y'all got to keep in mind, dating is different now. It's not how it used to be. Just because someone is quote unquote single or not single doesn't mean anything. If they spending, they spending. Okay. Some of them are dating single and married. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Y'all gotta understand this. Okay. Get in where you fit in, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Another way to keep them obsessed with you, when they buy you a gift, wear it for a little while. Then take it off. All right. All right. Especially if it's expensive. Wear the gift. Be proud. Brag on it. Post up. Wear it for about a week. And then take it off. Let me tell you why. So gifts, short-term use. All right. You said that's evil. No. I'm trying to help y'all. This is how you keep them obsessed. So let's say he buys you like an expensive necklace or earrings. You wear it a good week and then you remove it and start wearing other stuff. Okay. He's gonna like, where's that necklace I bought you? Oh, I still have it. Oh, why don't you have it on? Oh, I just wanted a different look today. Okay. Now they know this expensive investment that they've purchased for you is sitting in a drawer or your jewelry box. And they've spent lots of money on it and you're not wearing it. So maybe you don't like it. Why aren't you wearing it? Did you want something else? Now they're still thinking about gifting you or the gift that they bought you. And also they're seeing it as an investment because it's locked away. Okay. So then you bring it out every once in a while and you wear it. Every once in a while. Then you wear it every once in a while. So he recognizes it. Didn't I buy that? Yes, you did. Yeah, I thought I remembered that. Why don't you wear it more often? Oh, I only like to wear it on special occasions. Now he thinks you feel special when you wear it. Or it's for special occasions. Okay. Now he's going to, like, the next time you want something, he's going to buy it, hoping you wear it more, hoping you like it more. He's going to continuously say, well, I got to do better than I did last time. Maybe she'll wear it more. He'll pay attention to what you're wearing, to what your style is, and then he'll try to go for something like that. So he's continuously always thinking about you. He's peeping your style to see what you're going to wear more of. She wears lots of this color. She wears lots of this, maybe she'll like this. So he's always thinking. So he'll be a more thoughtful gifter as well as obsessed. Keeping him obsessed is also keeping him on his toes and guessing and not 100% being satisfied with everything that he does for you. He can't even be satisfied with it. Okay, the American couture, sprinkle, sprinkle. You're 26 and marry your 42-year-old provider in May. Thanks, Shira. Okay, ma'am, congratulations. Y'all tell her congrats, the American couture. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you and, have fun. Congratulations. Okay, TFL. The natural hair is so beautiful. Thank you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I appreciate it. Okay. Yeah. You said this is for simps. No, it's not. It works on any man. They just don't know it's working on them, but it worked. All right. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, Rosie Rose. You see my collarbone. Okay, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Blessed and favors in the house. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thanks for being a member. La Peaches in the house. Thank you, La Peaches, for being a member. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank y'all for being members. If y'all are signed up, thank you, Kim, for being a member. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right, all right. How y'all? Y'all become members of the channel. There's videos that that are available to members only. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I'll see y'all. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Aria says her boyfriend wants to move to a different state and I have a career in Atlanta. We have been dating doing 2-week meetings, but I don't know what to do. Never move to a man. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Have them move to you. All right. Unless they're a millionaire or a billionaire and you don't have to work no more and they'll give you money to do what you want, never move to a man. Okay. If you move into a regular old man, you're done. If you move into a regular man, you're done. Never move to no man. They come to you, or it has to be well worth your while to go to them. You know what I'm saying? Well worth your while. Like you got to have lots of money in the account that they've been giving you before you even do anything. Okay. Hold on. I'll go back. Is it the same for married people? Because he triggers me. Yes, it's the same for married people. This whole list is the same for married people. Unpredictability. Leave them in suspense. Be vague when it comes to communication. Then they'll want to spend more time with you to see what you're doing and see why you're being so, non-communicative or being vague. You get to pick the activity that you want to do to spend the time. Then give them a problem to solve. Okay. When they solve the problem, be happy about it and start the whole cycle over again. Same thing in a marriage. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If you're predictable in the marriage, it's even worse. Stay unpredictable. Leave them in suspense about a lot of things. Don't tell them everything. Tell them stuff at the last minute, especially if they don't need to really know. Talk less. Be vague. Then they'll be like, oh, we haven't talked in a while. I want to know what you're doing, what you're up to. Let's go have lunch. Let's go have dinner. What do you want to do? Let's go do this weekend and we can catch up and talk. Okay. Because you're leaving them in the dark. You're being unpredictable. They don't know what's happening. You're leaving them in suspense. Now they figure they need to spend more time with you or more energy on you. You know what I'm saying? Then after that, they think, okay, everything is great now, Now you give them a problem to solve, to keep them busy, to also keep them obsessing with you. Now they got to solve this problem so they don't fall back out of sync. You see? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Then you start the process all over again. Is it okay to wear heels when running errands? If that's what you like to wear, sprinkle, sprinkle. As long as you don't look like you're way out of place. You know what I mean? Because you ever see those ladies that are wearing heels and they look way out of place because everybody else is kind of casual and comfortable. It's okay, but you don't want to look like that all the time. You don't want to look like that all the time because some people, them feet look like they be hurting. So if sprinkle, sprinkle. It just depends on where you are. If you're the only one wearing heels, you might want to dial that back a little bit. Okay. But it depends on where you're from. Because in different states and different cities, people wear different stuff. So it just all depends. Okay. You can get you some cute little, it's spring and it's about to be summer. You can get you some cute little, wedge heels, with the espadrilles, the sandals and stuff like that, if you just want height. You said best age for marriage when the man is old enough to provide fully. That's the best age for marriage. When the man is old enough to fully provide and don't need you to work. There you go. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Whatever age he is, that's how old he needs to be. Best age for marriage for the man is when he is old enough to fully provide for you and a family. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said where you live out. Everybody's always outside looking at a mess. Do you live in the rich side of town? That's where you're supposed to be walking around anyway. That's where you're supposed to be running your errands, getting your nails done. You're supposed to be over there if you don't live there. How else are you going to meet rich people? How else are you going to run into a guy that, wants to say hello to you if you're not over there? Longest to wait for marriage as a 23-year-old girl. How old is this man? Men don't get married in their 20s. If he's close to 50 or he's 40-something, he'll probably be ready to settle down. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You're only 23. You got time, baby. I would say if you're not, if whatever your goal is, you should be on the path to dating a man who is marriage material by the age of 25. So by the age of 25, if you're not dating someone that is marriage material, then that's when you need to start. Okay, you gained weight. Oh my gosh. In the process of losing it. Okay, good for you. You feel so unattractive. What mindset should I have during this time? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Just focus on your goal and take it one day at a time. That's all you can really do. Just make good decisions every day until you reach your goal. Okay, because that's all you can do. There ain't nothing else you can do. And make sure you look good every day. Get up, put your makeup on, do your outfit. Make sure your hair is cute every day. Keep your nails done. Keep yourself looking the best you can look and make smart decisions when it comes to what you're eating every day. That's it. But keep yourself looking cute either way. Mm-hmm. You said new girls turn 18 every day, and I'm sure you're waiting on them. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And men become millionaires every day. Old men become millionaires and billionaires every day. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And what's your point? Y'all got to spend money. We just take money. Good for y'all. Mm-hmm. Right now, there's an old man about to become a billionaire. Right now, there's an old man getting ready to buy a boat, and he ain't got nobody to take on an adventure. Right now, there's an old man inheriting his father's assets with no one to spend it on. So, what are you talking about? Okay. What if he says he will get what I want? He is being manipulative, but I don't get it. How to punish that behavior subtly? Huh? Don't deal with him. Just deal with other people that are giving you what you want. The best way to treat someone is exactly how they're treating you. If they're not giving what you want, you don't give them what they want. If they want your attention and your presence and they're not giving you what they promised, you don't give them that. You just like, oh, I'm busy today. Goodbye. Okay. Until they come with what you want. That's it. Until they have what you want, you don't deal with them. Just leave them alone until they deliver. Okay, XX, sprinkle, sprinkle. Advice the girls in the long game, dating older gentlemen, man, for solid for 4 years, have everything expenses paid to businesses, trips, cars, etc., but feel like there's a plateau in the relationship. I'm still hot and 27. Okay. Well, ma'am, just stay cute and live your life, Focus on your businesses, focus on all that. Relationships aren't supposed to keep getting better and better. They're gonna plateau. Is your business doing well? Can you level up yourself a little bit more? Do you have other hobbies that you can, fulfill your time with? Relationships are gonna plateau eventually. They have to stay obsessed enough to keep paying for all that stuff. And once they get in the habit of paying for all that stuff, then you're good. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Now it's time to sit back and enjoy. Once you get in the relationship, you actually need to enjoy your lifestyle that comes with it as well. And stop focusing so much on the relationship. If they're obsessed with you, you're good. Now you can go enjoy. You know what I'm saying? Just keep repeating this pattern and you'll be fine. Be unpredictable. Leave them in suspense about a lot of things. Tell them stuff at the last minute. Be vague when they try to communicate with you. Don't give them too much information. Okay. Then they'll want to play catch up. Okay. Well, what have you been doing this week? Tell me more about your week. What did you do? Da, da, da. Then tell them some stuff that they want to hear. Then give them a problem to solve, whether it's financial or something around the house. Once they finish that, reward them with the attention and filling them in on stuff that don't even really matter. Then start it all over again. Okay. It's literally it. Okay. Okay. I might have some plans. Hold on. What the heck? Okay. Mm-hmm. What example of re-entry fee? How to say? I'll say, okay, say, oh, I was thinking about you. Oh my gosh, I really want to go shopping, but I don't have any, but I need to save money. So can you send me some shopping money and then send them the Cash App request? They know you're not going to talk to them unless you send that. If they say no, then just start not responding to their text until they send it. They know the re-entry fee. You don't go somebody and pop back up and not have to pay. They know what that is. They'll figure it out. Had your arm around his in the beginning. 11 months later, he's wishing I did more of it again. Just caressed his arm when we drove around. Don't have to give him body, but how to stop feeling bad for pulling back so he can step up. Just say that you get emotionally attached to men who are financially attached to you, or basically say this. Well, it takes a lot for me to get emotionally attached to someone. They have to really be, for my best interest, and I have to feel safe and secure and taken care of when I'm around them. And it just allows me to be more affectionate. That means put some money in this account. Okay. So explain it like that you don't like the more close and safe and financially safe you feel with a man, the more you feel that you can be vulnerable around them and open up emotionally and give more affection. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. That way. Okay, another way to keep them obsessed is to constantly tell him that you told and talked to people and brag on him to them, even if it's a lie. So when you talk to him, during the evening, you'd be like, oh my gosh, guess what? I told such and such about you. And they said, you're so smart. Or guess what? I was talking to my friend about you, and, they asked about you and they said hi. And I told them you were doing great and da, 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 like lie. You know what I'm saying? It makes them feel like you talk about them when they're not in your presence, so they don't feel like they're missing anything. You know what I mean? And then they become more obsessed with you because you're talking and bragging about them. So they want to do more for you, and they want to do more for you to brag about to these other people, even when they're not in your presence and when you're keeping them in the dark and holding it in suspense and being vague about who you're with, what you're doing, where you are. They know you're doing good things because now you're reassuring them later on when you're fake bragging. And so they become even more obsessed. Okay. And they don't mind as much when you start to repeat this cycle because they think you're speaking well of them wherever you go. So you can't be doing anything wrong. All right. Thank you, Aria. Opinion: men watching but not sleeping around. Okay. I don't really care what they're doing. They need to be caring what I'm doing. They're supposed to be obsessed with you, not you obsessed with what they're doing, what they're watching, what they're clicking on. You're not supposed to be obsessed with men. Men are supposed to be obsessed with you. Why doesn't he know your favorite websites that you click on and put stuff in the cart? Why are you like watching everything this man does? We're not obsessed with them. They're obsessed with us. This is the difference. This is what women need to worry about. Y'all worry too much about them and what they're clicking on and what they're doing and who cares? Why aren't they worried about what you're doing? This is what I ask every woman. We don't care. Young women care because they think that they're in competition with something. Ma'am, if you're getting paid, if they're paying bills, if they're taking care of you, let them click on whatever they want to click on as long as it's legal. Who cares? Why don't you go click on a shopping app and fill your cart and get their money and pay for it? Who cares? If you're too emotionally invested in what they're clicking on, it's literally going to lead you to being obsessed over them. And you don't want that. You want them obsessed over you. You don't even care enough to look. Okay. Thank you, Jade. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, Miss Jade. So stop doing that, ladies. Stop becoming obsessed with them. Thank you, Miss Graylitica. Gravely, Ta. Thank you, ma'am. So think about this. All this stuff I'm teaching y'all how to do to keep them obsessed with you. You're going to ruin it by stalking them. Sprinkle, sprinkle. No, ma'am. They're supposed to be worrying about you, seeing what you're doing, trying to do, trying to figure you out, not the other way around. That's how you get them obsessed. There are so many women walking around here obsessed with someone who doesn't even care about them, or, takes a moment to even know who they really are. Stop doing that to these men. Stop being disrespectful. I mean, you said you really feel like it's disrespectful. Ma'am, they were doing it before they met you. They're going to do it after you leave. And during the time you're with him, okay? Think about this. You can't stop a grown man from doing what they want to do. They watched it before. They watched pee before you, during you, and they're going to watch it after you. Okay? What are y'all doing? Who cares? Y'all take everything too personally. That's the problem. Okay? If you don't like it, then they're just going to sneak and do it and without you finding out anyway. So who cares? Okay. Thank you, Alyssa. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I don't like back in the old days, nobody cared. Like, what's up with this new generation caring about people on a screen that they'll never meet? Who cares? Like, I don't care. Just have my money. Back in the old days, that nobody cared. Like, women weren't concerned with that. Why? Let me tell y'all why. And it's also for another reason. Because we didn't have handheld devices with us everywhere. I mean, you had to get an old VCR or a DVD. Okay. Now you're mad because it's more easily accessible to them for them to watch, right? And now that's disrespectful to look at another person with doing acts of this and that. Ma'am, they were looking at it since they were probably teenagers. And they're going to look at it probably when they're old. Okay? So what are you going to do? It is disrespectful if it's disrespectful to you, but they still going to do it. So what are you going to do? You know what I mean? It's just like, okay, men don't care what you think. They're like, okay, well, I'm just not going to get caught. Okay, well, I'm still going to look at it. But why do y'all care so much? Stop caring so much. It's too personal and too emotionally attached to some guy to want to keep his eyeballs from looking at something. It's kind of weird. Your second date with him is tomorrow. He's short and has already said he is controlling. Seems a little misogynistic. Is it work? Girl, that's the little chihuahua barking real loud at the big dog. So basically, it's like, you know what? I hope your wallet is as big as your confidence is, because I'm going to be ordering some expensive stuff. Girl, he's controlling, but you're a gold digger. So you win. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I would take it as like a sense of humor. If he's starting to act controlling, I'm like, well, I'll bring your wallet because I'm getting ready to order some champagne and all this kind of stuff. Where we're going to have a good time, though. Don't worry about it. But I am a little extravagant. Hope you got paid. Joke around like that. If you can joke around about being controlling, you could joke around about being a gold digger, and he'll probably like it, because usually confident men like women that know what they want. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Y'all are too young. Like, some of y'all are still so young that y'all care about what men are looking at online. Nobody care about that stupid stuff. Let him look, girl. At least he ain't bothering you. Go shop. Okay. Okay. He want to propose? We only know each other 2 weeks. Run. Okay. He need a green card, or he just trying to get sleep with you. Okay. He needs to be spending money on you. How much money has he spent on you in 2 weeks? Do you even know if he can afford marriage? You know what I mean? Are you still working, or are your bills paid? No, then why you want to marry this man? What has he done in order for you to want to accept his proposal? Nothing, right? So make him do more. A lot more. Hand him all your bills. Take them to the jewelry store, take them to take you shopping, like, you know what I mean? There's a reason why he wants to hurry up and get and propose. Make sure he can afford it by spending a couple of more months or years paying for your lifestyle, paying for your bills. Okay? He can propose at any time, but you ain't got to get married until whenever you want. So see what kind of ring he gonna give you, and then have a long engagement of him paying your bills and taking you shopping and taking you on vacation. All right? Sprinkle, sprinkle. It means you don't have to marry for years, but you're going to get the ring and you're going to get the finances. If he rushes you to get married, if there's some, something to be suspicious on. All right, sprinkle, sprinkle. Someone says, and don't get pregnant. Okay. All right. Okay, another way to keep them obsessed is, I talk about this a lot, and a lot of women don't understand this. So I'm going to break it down to you. Have your own life. Okay, have your own friends and have your own life, or have your own things that you do without him. Okay, have a list of stuff you do without him, and he understands it and accepts it. Have your own life as well outside of him. If you don't do this, they don't have time to miss you. They don't have time to think about you. You don't have time to be unpredictable. And there's definitely not enough time to want you. Okay. So you got to have your own stuff going that does not involve them. A lot of women have a problem right here because they always want to be stuck up under their man, always want to be emotionally attached, always want to be, together, all up in everybody's business, worried about what they're looking at online. No, have your own thing. That's what keeps them obsessed. Why? Because they have time to be obsessed instead of time to wish you were somewhere else, or wish you would go somewhere, or wish you would do this, or wish you would do that. You know what I mean? That's how you keep them obsessed, by having your own stuff. Some of y'all are driving them away by smothering them. Some of y'all are keeping y'all's men distant because you smother them too much. So stop smothering them. Have your own life. Okay. And you'll start to hear them start to brag about you and what you're doing. Okay. To their friends or their family. They're on the phone with their, friends or family. They'll be like, oh yeah, such and such, she's doing well. She has this, she's doing that. They actually have something to talk about that you're doing. Not that, oh no, she's always up under me on the couch, asking me where I'm going, checking my history, stalking me like she's obsessed. They're not going to be able to say that because you're going to have a life. They're going to be able to brag on you. The family is going to say, oh, well, she sounds like she's doing well. You know what I'm saying? So, have your own life. He said, what would you do if you caught your husband and another woman in bed? I must be in the wrong place. Okay, so rich people don't bring other people to their house. They get hotels. All right, because they can afford it. All right. Only broke people catch other people in bed. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So honestly, it's hard to catch, rich people in the act because they have money to go get hotels. They have money to go out of town. They got money to do stuff. They don't, they don't hope and wish that somebody doesn't come home early and roll around on the mattress before whoever gets home. That's poor people stuff. So, sprinkle, sprinkle. And plus, a lot of times people don't want other people to know where they live, so they don't mess up the good thing. All right? Y'all got to be smart. You said that's poor people stuff. It is. Catching your man at home in the bed is poor people stuff because they can't get in no hotel. You said rich men cheat in peace. Exactly. Come on now. You just cackled. It's men. It's men, the enemy of men and women. What? I don't see anybody as enemies or not. I see them as either providers or streams of income or dust. Where do you fit? Where do you fit in? Get it where you fit in. May you send a bouquet of roses sometime with your permission? Okay, okay, TFL, sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah, you could. I like rose forever. There are these roses that last forever. Let me show you. You see these roses right here? They're like $200-300. If you're gonna send something, send them. Regular flowers die really fast, and I like the preserved giant, like forever roses that I can keep. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Or you could send me something from my Amazon wish list. Hold on, let me find it. I keeps me a wish list. I think it's in my description bar, but here you go. There's my Amazon wish list. If you would like to send me something through there, I definitely will take it. And even give y'all a shout out. Sprinkle, sprinkle on one of my lives. Well, that's the good thing with an Amazon wish list. The address is concealed, but you can still send stuff. Okay. So you can send stuff to me, but you will never see the address, but it'll reach me. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. How to find a provider as a curvy woman. Find providers that like curvy women. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said my wish list is cute. I forgot what was on it, girl. Let me look. Okay. It's not too extravagant. I'll add some more stuff to it later. It's not too extravagant. I'm gonna put some more stuff on it later. How to attract doctors, surgeons. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Honestly, if they don't own their own practice or they're not a surgeon, I don't think it's kind of worth it. You know, sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. Someone says they cheat like crazy. I guess that all depends. It depends because, like, if they don't have a lot of time and they're married and they actually married their dream woman, that could work. But if not, if y'all are just dating, you might have some competition. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said, what if the other women are so pretty? How can I be better than them? By being cute too. It's not about who looks better. It's about who the man likes more. You know what I mean? All you can do is look your best. And somebody else will like you. You're supposed to have more than one on the roster anyway. So if he don't like you as much as them, another man likes you probably more than whoever's on his roster. That's why y'all got to keep the roster going. Because you may not be the prettiest woman in that man's options, but you may be the prettiest woman in another man's option who may have more money. Okay, so that's why it's important to keep your options open. So, for example, let's say you're trying to deal with some young dude and got a bunch of pretty women. Okay, the young dude may have this like 10 million, 5 million. He's got all these pretty women throwing themselves at him, right? Then you may have an old dude with the same amount or more, 10 million, with not a lot of women throwing themselves at them, and you could be the youngest and prettiest one. So you're going to win over here with the older dude that has the same amount of money as the younger dude, you see? And you don't have to compete as much. So that's why I always say go for the older guys. It's faster and easier, and they have more money, and they're more generous. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Date older. Okay. Mm-hmm. And let me tell y'all a secret. Older men become attached faster. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. Than younger men. They become emotionally attached faster than younger men. So you can pull an older guy faster. You can get money out of an older man faster because they attach faster. Why? Because as men get older, their level of testosterone is less. And so, they become more emotional. So you can catch them faster. A young man has high testosterone. They want to rule over stuff. They think they're the man and all this kind of stuff. They got all these options. So it's going to be harder to get them emotionally attached chemically. But an older man is easily to get emotionally attached. Plus, they're facing their mortality. So that's why I tell y'all, go for older men if you want quick, fast money, and also for them to get obsessed over you. Y'all always see all these ladies on Instagram and TikTok flaunting their relationship, their age gap relationship. They're an old man, they're a man, they're a man, they're a man. It's always all over them, giving them all the affection. And then when you see the same dynamic with a younger relationship, that man ain't all over them. That man is not, showering them and telling them they're the most beautiful. They're not doing all of that because they still got all that testosterone. I'm the man and I gotta do this. The older ones just melt and give you everything. So go for the older guys. All right. Better to have someone that is obsessed over you, emotionally attached to you, than the other way around. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Old enough to face mortality. Late 40s, early 50s. Okay. Or higher, depending on how old you are. Okay. That's who's going to be spending. Date whoever is doing the most for you. Remember, you're not always going to get what you want out of the relationship depending on their age. You know what I mean? So if you're dating a young guy and they're generous, it may not lead to marriage. It just may lead to them being generous. Especially if they're not ready to marry yet, if they got plenty of options, So you can't always count on an end result with younger guys. So just keep that in mind if you're going to date young. Sometimes they'll date you for years and they're not going to be ready to marry after years. They're going to break up with you and start all over and being single and start the process all over. So sometimes if you're trying to marry a young man, don't go into the relationship with that intention, because a lot of men ain't ready to get married young. They want to play the field. They want to explore all their options. And when all their options have been exhausted, explored, and they're tired of them, that's when they want to settle down, when they've already had all their fantasies, when they've already done everything. You know what I'm saying? Then they'll go find someone to settle down with after they've did it all, especially if they got money. So think about that. You're not going to rush someone into something that still has a lot of things to do. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. And some of y'all women, y'all think y'all are special. Oh, well, he'll change for me. I'm special, ma'am. If you were special, he would have took you and told you were special and put a ring on it already. You wouldn't have to convince him or trick him. All right. So a lot of men just want to get all of that out of their system before they settle down, which is understandable. Women should be doing what they want to do. And when it's time for them to settle down and marry, I always tell women, when you're tired of working and clocking in and you want to be a lady of leisure and a lady who lunches, then get married. Otherwise, that's the only reason to get married if you're a woman. Just like the only reason to get married if you're a man is if you explored all your options and then you find someone that you feel like is going to make a good wife and a good mother and you're ready to settle down. That's the only reason most people get married, and they got to have the lifestyle and represent. Okay. You're not supposed to get married to struggle and build. Whenever you're tired of working, that's when you need to go find you an older gentleman with a little money, a little lifestyle. Become a lady of leisure. Sprinkle, sprinkle. That's it. Simple as that. They're looking for something cute and young. You looking for something old and rich. Perfect combination. You can own your own business. You get bored. Make some extra money. Go to vacation. Decorate your house. Do whatever you want. You said when he asks you what you want, you don't know what to say. Money, ma'am. Land. Property. Jewelry. I'll help you. Deeds. Investment property. Something. Money for your savings account. Land with a well on it. Okay, yes. Okay, and let me tell y'all something. Y'all think just because I go live, I've been going live for 12 years. It's a habit now. I would miss y'all if I stopped. But prior to that, I was, living my leisurely life. Okay, Daniela, what do you think about dating apps? I think they're stupid unless you own one and making money off of it. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If you don't own it, if you ain't making money off of it, get off of it. Thank you, Gravelita. I think I pronounced that right. Thank you for the super chat. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Unless you're owning it or promoting your business on dating apps through advertisements, stay off of them. If you're not using it to get money for your business, or if you don't own it, why are you on it? If you know what a dating app is, a giant roster of men that are trying to get out of giving you money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. With several other pick-me options. So now. You need to go and find Richtivity networking circles. Okay. Only poor, broke people that don't have time to go out and do activities look for other people on dating apps. Only people that don't have any time to look for people on dating apps. Only people that want to hit it and quit it are on dating apps. Only people that don't want to dine alone are on dating apps. What are y'all doing? Go out into the real world. Go where men have money and are trying to spend it. Go do rich activities. Go have fun. Go meet people the old-fashioned way. Get in where you fit in. You're not going to find a lot of those men with a lot of money online. Those are people that can't pull for real. Okay? Think about this. If you are a valuable person, if a lot of people want you, if you're in high demand, you're not going to be on no dating app, are you? Think about it. People in high demand aren't on dating apps. I promise you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. They own dating apps. They may advertise on dating apps, but they're not on there. Not seriously anyway. They're not on there to look for a wife. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Go out into the real world. Go to the rich side of town. Go hang out over there. Stop taking the crumbs and the low levels of men that put themselves on dating apps. Please, y'all listen. I know y'all are lazy. I know y'all are in the age of technology. But think about this. If you're in high demand, are you just going to be on a dating app for everybody to have access to you? No. Mm-mm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said they're the rejects of society who can't pull in real life. Exactly. Yeah. And it makes you look desperate too if you're on a dating app as a woman. And they think you're on there for the same reason they're on there, to find men to sleep with, to find women to sleep with, or whoever. They think you're on there for the same reason they're on there. And you're not. Okay? So get off of there. There's enough pick niches on there for you to not have to be on there, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Let me tell y'all a secret. The only competition to certain guys are men with more money or older men with more money who know how to treat women. Some men are jealous of older men who pull women because they have more money than them and they're getting the women that the other guys cannot have anymore. You know what I'm saying? And this is why a lot of those young red pill dudes or those middle-aged balding, pot-belly red pill dudes say that women expire after 25 because a man of their age and bank account size can't impress women over 25 because we want cars, houses, trips, land, lifestyle, and they can't afford those things. Only the older men who have, are very successful can afford those things. So we just gone over to that side. After a certain age, you start getting smarter and wanting more and thinking bigger. And those jersey, hat, sneaker wearing type dudes can't give it to you. So you got to go over here to where the real money resides, the older money resides, the men that want to do more for you reside, and get your condos, your investment properties, your cars, your nice house in the suburbs. That's why you got to come over there and get it. You can't get it from these dudes that are always complaining about the economy and you need 2 incomes. Can't get it from them. So you got to go over to the other side where the money is. Thank you, Cindy. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Your husband and I are at war. And what? Is there any way to flip it back to where he talks about? So I know he's obsessed, but right now he's extremely angry with you. Okay, Cindy, ma'am, just stop talking to him. Give him the silent treatment. Spend time by yourself. Go find a life and go start becoming active in your life with friends, with family. Go on a little vacation by yourself and don't fill him in on everything and tell him everything at the last minute. Keep him out of the loop. Do the same thing. When he wants to talk to you, just say, I'm not going to talk to you until you have something, respectful and beneficial for me to hear. And just leave him like that. Okay. If he tries to ignite arguing on your phone, just block him. Turn off, mute, whatever you got to do. And you got to make sure that he understands he is not the priority and you are the prize. And if he wants your respect and for you to talk to him, then he's got to abide by your request. Okay. And go have your own life. You got to emotionally detach because a lot of times when you're arguing too much in a marriage, it's because you're too emotionally attached and y'all aren't hearing each other. You got to emotionally detach and go have your own life and do what you got to do, while they sit around and think about your absence, what it is to not have you around, and what you're out there doing, and why you're not calling, and why you're blocked, and all this kind of stuff. Because guess what? This is the cycle. Be unpredictable, be vague, leave them in suspense, give them a problem to solve, and then repeat. Sprinkle, sprinkle. That's how you keep them obsessed. You don't do too much. You keep them chasing, keep them wondering, keep them in the dark, keep them solving your problems. And when they want to spend time with you, then you tell them your list of requirements to spend time with you. That's literally it. But you need to have your own life at that point if all they're doing is arguing. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You say your boyfriend is in prison. What should you do? Get another one that's not in prison, that doesn't do illegal things, and maybe he's rich and can actually give you a decent lifestyle. Yeah. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, your aunt lives with you and she's in her late 50s, single and still working. Should I move out? I know you say not to be around those you don't want to be like. Okay. Ma'am, that's Aunt Ethel right there in the flesh. You can use her. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You need to go find a rich man and date him and lie and say that you're helping your Aunt Ethel, your fake Aunt Ethel. Name her something else. All right. And, you can get more money if you're helping an older woman. That's Aunt Ethel right there in the flesh, girl. Eventually, you can move out. And maybe you can find, somebody to help you with that money to move out with. By using her, saying you got to pay the mortgage in her house, even though she's working and paying it. Stack your money and then you move. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. How to tell them no when they ask for selfies. Just send them the same one over and over with different colors. Like make one black and white, make one adjust the coloring on it. Put some emojis on one of them. Just keep sending them the same one, girl, but with different tones and colors, and put some background music on one of. You know how to do it. Just keep giving them the same one. Just flip it. You know how you can flip your picture to be the opposite? Girl, flip your picture a couple of times. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Send him the same one. He'll see how long it takes for him to notice it's the same one. You said how to get rich men attracted to you. You got to be in their vicinity. You got to be in their world. You can't just show up and sit at a bar for 10 minutes and 15 minutes and then leave and go back to your setting. You got to literally be in their world. You got to hang out in their areas. You got to frequent their grocery stores and do errands over there and become a part of that world. So they've seen you enough around, you look like you fit in. Maybe you have some friends from that side of town that are you're talking to or whatever. You got to fit into their world. You can't just be a visitor, then they'll be more comfortable around you and they'll talk to you, because a lot of times people with money don't often just, allow strange people in because they don't know what they want. They don't know why they're there. They have to be more cautious of who they let into their circles. So when I tell y'all to go to the rich side of town and stay over there and go over there as often as you can, become a part of, you may see people, they may see you around, you may see them around several times before they approach. People aren't so desperate that are rich. They don't just let everybody in like Dusty's do, So you got to make sure you just become a part of that world over there, okay? Be like Ariel from The Little Mermaid and go be a part of their world and see what happens, okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said, so true. You had to wait months before finally way older man you're interested in came up to you. Exactly. They got to make sure you're there and not just visiting, because a lot of women just be over there once or twice a month or a week. Now go over there. They'll see you a few times. They'll be like, okay, well, I've seen her a few times. She's seen me. I'm not going to be weird, and they'll approach, but you gotta get in to fit in. That's the form. Get over there as often as you can. Like, even if you're just walking in a park or joining a gym over there, they'll see you 4 or 5 times before they start to speak to you. It's as simple as that. Like, I remember when I used to play pickleball every morning, there was this couple of people that would walk by, or they'd be walking their dog, or they'd be riding their bike. And it took a couple of times, without like a couple of times later, they go, hi, how are you today? Oh, good, lovely weather we're having. And then, the conversation gets a little bit more after that. Okay. Oh, need a partner, da, 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 da. Stuff like that. So they got to see you a few times before they start actually talking. It's not a one-time thing. Sprinkle, sprinkle. How to make them want to commit. Be the type of woman that they want to commit to. And they got to be ready to commit. It's not how to make them want to. They got to be ready. Most men ain't ready to commit, especially if they're in their 20s. Ain't no man ready to commit in his 20s or early 30s. I wouldn't dream of wanting somebody to commit to me at that young of an age. They're too immature anyway. And their money ain't long enough. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If their money is long and they're old, they're more likely to want to commit. Okay? So make sure they old. And they'll probably most likely want to commit. Most young guys don't try to commit. They don't want to. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. And if you try to force a man to commit, they may commit just to keep you, because men are possessive, but they're going to also be out there not acting committed with other women. Just so y'all know. If you have to force your man to commit, don't be mad when you catch him being non-committal. All right. Your semi-dusty provider, oh my gosh, is very attractive. Women are always staring at him down. How do I get him? Oh, how do I get him allow older women to give me his money? What? How do I get him to allow older women to give me him money? I don't even know what this means. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Date someone less attractive with more money or more older. Or don't mind the competition, because I told y'all, when y'all date young men that are attractive, that's what comes with it. So either accept it or put another one on your roster that's older and less attractive. Either way, get your money, ma'am. All right. You said you're trying to pimp him out? Oh, okay. Well, I don't think that's going to happen. Most men are too smart for that. They're going to figure it out. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you. You said you're with a provider, but he's narcissistic, and being around him, he picks up fights about everything. I don't want to leave because I'm always provided, and he's so controlling. Girl, just tell him he's right and shut up. You're right. It is my fault. Everything is my fault. You know what? Even before I was born, everything was my fault. You be just as condescending, be just as narcissistic, and be just as sarcastic. Just tell him he's right. You know what? In fact, I was in the garden and my name used to be Eve and I bit the apple. That's why everything is my fault. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What else you got? All right. Make sure my money in the bank. Yep, I did that too. That's my fault too. My bad. I never do nothing right. You are correct. I try not to do nothing right because if I do everything right, then I'll be too perfect. Feed into it. Like you can't be narcissistic with someone who's silly like me. You know, I'm never gonna meet a narcissist ever because I'm just gonna make them laugh, and we're gonna see each other in each other, and it's not gonna work. Well, you know you don't look good in that dress. Well, I'm not trying to look good today. I already look good. This dress, I'm helping the dress out today. Well, you know that hairstyle doesn't look good on you. Well, that's not what that man at the. Oh, never mind. You're right. It don't look that good. Well, you know you're nothing without me. Yup, I told y'all. I'm nothing without you. Make sure you have that money in the bank account because my bank account is also nothing without you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Just admit, like, what he gonna do? Do you keep taking from sugar daddies till you find one who's the wealthiest? Yep. You feel like your standards are too high. What's the minimum that acceptable? If you think that they're too high and the guys that you're meeting are unable to meet the highest of standards, then keep your roster until you meet one that can, because it's just a numbers game, you know. And plus, you're getting good practice on how to deal with men with money. And eventually, you'll meet one that has enough. Okay. And if you don't, go for the one that has mostly of everything you need. Okay. But it's better to aim high than drop standards. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah, turn everything around that they say. They'll get tired of it. If you're dealing with a narcissist, be a better narcissist. They want to argue and pull you in. Just tell them that they're right about everything. Well, they can't argue with you if you're not going to argue. Well, you're never going to find someone better than me. You know what? I thought the same thing, and I was looking for a while, and you're right. I'll never find anyone better than you. But someone may find me. You know? That will be better than you, or at least try. They're going to try to live up to your standards. You said, how is he obsessed by being the bigger narc? Yeah, now he'll be obsessed by trying to get you to be triggered. And you can't be triggered. And he's going to be thinking about you all the time. How can I trigger this woman? How can I trigger? You can't, sir. Well, I'm not going to give you any more money. That's okay. I saved enough because you gave me a lot already. My money, the money you gave me is making money. And if you stop giving me money, I'm going to stop giving you honey. So, deal? Sprinkle, sprinkle. You see, you never have to deal with a narcissist. You just keep outdoing them. Okay, and he'll be more obsessed with you because he can't get to you. There you go. Think about it. Now, I use them as an example one time. Kim and Kanye, two narcissists together. One was more obsessed about the other one than one. You know what I'm saying? He was more obsessed about her than she was of him. So therefore, you know what I mean? They stay obsessed because they can't out narc you. They can't do it. You said how to stay happy in sad, stressful situations. Like what? I never have sad, stressful situations. I view them from a different perspective that's not sad or stressful. You know what I mean? So how you view something, how you perceive something is how you're going to deal with it. So try to perceive it from a different perspective or a more positive perspective. Look at it from a different perspective. So think about what it's highlighting and making you focus on right now that's very important, and then focus on those things. You know, focus on what the issue is highlighting. That's positive. Focus on the things you can do something about and that you can enjoy. Because there's no reason of focusing or worrying about something you can't really do anything about at this time. So focus on the stuff that you can do something about and you can enjoy. And by doing that, you know, you're going to lift your spirits and lift your, you know, frequency in order to attract more positive things in your way anyway. Just focus on the positive stuff. Don't worry about the other stuff. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Like, find it as like a lot of y'all keeps trying to talk. I made a whole video on narcissists. Just take it as a challenge and win. You know, it's fun to out narcissist, be a better narcissist than whoever you're trying to deal with. Sorry for typo. Women throw themselves at your partner. How do I make money off of this? I'm unbothered and actually think it's funny. He's obsessed with me and not going anywhere. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Why do you want to make money off of women throwing themselves at your man? That's kind of weird. You know what I mean? But if you were going to make some type of money, maybe y'all could do like a book club or something, or, you know, everybody can sign up, or maybe you could start a Patreon where he can, you know, talk and go live with people. I don't know. And they can join and pay monthly. I don't know. Something that's not super close to home though, because all you're doing is asking for trouble at that point. Think about this. If you really love your man and he's obsessed with you and you're trying to profit and make money off of him liking you, somebody with that, you know, somebody else may come along that he may find interest in. And then he's going to be like, well, if you're making money off of me, you don't really, you know, you're not valuing me. This other lady is more interesting. You know, you don't want to put him in that situation. Just keep him to yourself. But if you adamant about making money off of him, is he not giving you enough money? You know what I'm saying? Girl, have him start a Patreon where he go live or something. I don't know. Sprinkle, sprinkle. But someone said he's gonna get stolen. Yeah. If you have a man like and you share them with the public too much, the public gonna start trying to talk to him. You know what I mean? More. And he may start to admire all the attention even more, especially if you're in agreement with it. So I don't know. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah. Just get more money out of him. That's the whole point. So there are guys that don't talk much and have a lot of followers. True. Mm-hmm. How can you make your man respect me? Respect yourself, ma'am. First of all, if you respect yourself, you're not going to deal with men who don't respect you at all. You're going to just cut them off. You're going to treat them accordingly, and you're not going to speak to them or react to them or give them any type of attention until they do. You know, if your man don't respect you, it's because you don't respect yourself. Men will respect you if you respect yourself, because they don't have a choice. Usually pick-me-shoes have this problem because they let men walk all over them, treat them like a doormat, tell them what to do. They don't have enough of their own life and their own savings from dealing with this man. They don't have no business to stand on because they centered men instead of centering themselves and getting their money up through that man. So you should have been saving your money that he's been giving you or providing you with and building yourself up. So when you were done, if you were done, then you could be done. If you want to stay, great, added bonus. But y'all gotta do better. Men don't respect women who don't respect themselves. Thank you, Moon Pie, Sprinkle Sprinkle. What if he offers high value stocks in lieu of cash? I don't know, because some stocks can go up or down. And can you cash them out? Can you put them back in your bank account? It just all depends. Sprinkle. If you can get access to them whenever you need to, then, you know, perhaps maybe. Is it legal? I don't know. I would look into it. Sprinkle. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sprinkle. Anyway, so how to also keep him obsessed. What time is it? Okay. Keep him doing stuff for you that he used to do in the beginning of the relationship, no matter what it is. You can pick something. So whatever it is that he did in the beginning of the relationship to pull you, make sure you make it something that he does monthly or weekly to keep you. Because if they feel like they still got to keep you, if they feel like they still got to do what they did in the beginning of the relationship and keep you, that means they also got to make sure they're still chasing you like they did too, because they'll think back to the beginning of the relationship when they were even more into you. Because what you're doing is, triggering their memory. So if they're doing something that they've done for you since the beginning of the relationship, make sure it's something that's nostalgic. They'll trigger those memories of the beginning of the relationship and how much they were into you, and that will transfer over into the present. Okay. So whatever that is, it could be, y'all could have had a special song, or always drank a special drink, or ordered something that when y'all went out, or it could be like a saying that he always said to you, or just something silly that's nostalgic of the beginning of the relationship when it was very, heated, and y'all were really into each other. So it's going to trigger his mind back to that time and get him even more obsessed. All right. Sprinkle. Mm-hmm. Anyway. I'll read some of these comments. You said men stop chasing once you've committed to them. Exactly. That's why you got to keep them on their toes and leave them in suspense. Be vague about what you're doing, where you're going. Have your own life. Go hang out without them and have them a problem to solve, and fake brag on them on the phone in front of other people so they think, they're still doing the most. Have them do something that they used to do in the beginning of the relationship to trigger their memory of when they were really into you and obsessed. Okay. And make sure that you're continuously doing this over and over. It doesn't stop. Remember when I told y'all, even after you get married, it don't stop. It don't stop. You got to keep going. You got to keep doing exactly what you need to do if you want to keep them acting a certain way. Okay. Because when people get comfortable and get lazy and they stop doing things or they stop putting effort into things, and then now you're stuck in a situation that you don't know how you got there. But like I said, you got to keep this cycle going. You know how they say marriage is work? It's a work, but if you work to keep them obsessed, it's not a lot of work for you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. It's literally a cycle that you do over and over again. Y'all do laundry over and over again. Why can't you do this obsession cycle over and over again? Be unpredictable. Leave them in suspense. Don't communicate with them too much. Stay vague about your details. Do stuff at the last minute so that, they don't have time to get out of it or complain about it or nag you about it. You know what I'm saying? When they want to catch up with you and see what you've been doing because you've been so vague and unpredictable, then you get to pick what y'all want to do because, it's all about you. Then give him a problem to solve. After he solves the problem, he's going to want a reward. You give him a pat on the back, brag about him to somebody, and then start the cycle all over again. Okay. Pretty easy. Trigger them with, something nostalgic that y'all used to do in the beginning of the relationship when he was really into you. And make it like a monthly or a weekly tradition that y'all do. It's very easy. Okay. It'll take him back to the old days. It'll trigger his memory from when he was obsessed with you. The feelings will come back and you start cycle all over again. Wow. Okay, let me see. Thank y'all. All right, let me see some questions. Should you leave your fiance at almost 28? He's 29. He pays rent and most stuff, but he makes me feel bad and guilty about anything fancy his coworker, but I feel like I'm too late in the game. Okay, ma'am. You're getting ready to settle in for struggle love and a man who don't even like you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. If he's making you feel bad and guilty, it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. And soon he's going to be asking you to pay some bills. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Do y'all have kids yet? Imagine when kids come. If y'all stay together, imagine when them kids come. Where y'all going to live? Do y'all live in the nice side of town? Are your kids going to be going to good schools that are safe? What kind of car do you drive? Is he going to be able to afford that? When you're 9 months pregnant, are you going to be clocked in? Think about it. When it's your birthday, when you're 30 years old, are you going to be getting cheap stuff? What kind of engagement ring is he going to be able to afford? He's too young. He don't got the money. He's struggling himself. He's trying to keep you, but he can't afford you. That's why I tell women to date older. Date older. Date older. He can't do nothing for you. Even though he's trying, he's going to be complaining because he himself is struggling. He don't have the type of money you need right now. You're at an age where you're trying to get married, have kids, settle down. He's at an age where he's still struggling financially. He can't afford no woman right now. Date older. They got it already. And there's no problems. Y'all keep trying to date these men y'all own age, and this is the problems that y'all are going to run into. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said you told your provider that we can't meet this coming Thursday, but he keeps insisting that I fit him into my schedule. What to respond? Go early morning. If you work, tell him pay to take off a day of work. Say, okay, well, I can get off work if you pay me this much money to take off work. Then I can fit you in my schedule. Put a financial obstacle in his path in order for him to get what he wants. You recommended therapy if attracting narcissist. Okay, ma'am, why would you recommend all these people therapy to attract regular men? Most women are just doormats and are brainwashed by society to be dumb. So I don't think that's healthy to tell people if you keep attracting narcissists to go to therapy. Let me tell y'all what women need to do. watch my videos. Let me tell you all also what women need to do. Become a bigger narcissist yourself when you come in contact with one, because men and women in society have been brainwashed to think women are stupid, supposed to be submissive, and women are think that they're supposed to value the opinion of some man that can't even pay their bills. Okay? Just wise up, create your own morals and standards, and let people's opinions of you stay opinions of you. Don't accept them as truth or facts, because a lot of people are going to just walk around labeling people this, telling you if you're attracting this, then you should do that. Now, I will attract whoever got some money. Okay, they could be narcissistic or whatever. I'm not there for them or their personality. I'm there for their money. That's how y'all need to think. Y'all are taking stuff too personally and doing too much. That's why y'all feel too much. That's why y'all suffer too much. That's why y'all are always trying to heal all the time. Just go for the money. If you just went for the money, everything else is an added bonus. If they happen to just be nice, great, added bonus. If they're a narcissist, great. Most of y'all's bosses are narcissists, but you still show up for work every day. Who cares? That's not your goal. The goal is to build yourself. If the man is nice, added bonus. If not, move on. You have a roster. Okay? And if you deal with enough of them, you'll see your own pattern if you're not emotionally attached to them. Once you're emotionally attached to somebody, you're not going to see anything. That's why I tell y'all, stay emotionally detached and stay getting money from them. You'll see everything then. I promise you. If you ever want to see everything, if you want to see how a man tries to manipulate you, if you want to see whether he's narcissistic or not, if you want to see if he really likes you or not, if you want to see if he's generous, if he's a provider, detach from him emotionally and attach to him financially. Okay? That means if he ain't spending no money, if he ain't paying no bills, then you're not emotionally attached, not even 1%. Y'all are emotionally attaching to dust, people that don't even like you, people that are using you as placeholders, all because society told you that you were supposed to fall in love. No, you're supposed to grow in love, and you're supposed to grow financially first, because they need to be able to provide for you in order for you to feel safe in their presence, enough to let your guard down, enough to even practice procreating. Okay? Y'all are doing everything backwards. So that's why you need to have some money, and you need to focus on the money and stop focusing on emotions and relationships. If your goal is to create and build something, you're going to see every trick in the book. You're going to see all of it. But y'all's goal is to fall in love, have true love, run through the field of flowers, get married in a fairy tale castle, and y'all aren't going to see nothing. But if your goal is to get money from him, stack it, save it, start your business, get that ring, make sure the diamonds are the right type of diamonds. If he's decent enough, marry him, move to the nice area of town, get you a nice little luxury vehicle, have a little baby, get you a nice little luxury vehicle, drive them to school. This is what you probably striving for if you're some type of woman that wants to have a family or kids, not struggle of sitting at the bus stop fighting with old past baby mamas, clocked in 9 months pregnant and your man at home unemployed. That's not what life is supposed to be. That's literally a nightmare. You literally were born into a poverty cycle of dustiness and pygmishness if that's your life. And if you don't try to get out of it by the best, easiest way that you can, by making proper decisions on who you allow in your life, then you got it all backwards and wrong, and you're just existing in vain. Like literally, you're literally existing in vain if your whole life is a struggle. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You're not even here enjoying the life you have. You literally have to struggle every day just to survive. Some of these dusties are living like that, and they want to drag you into it and your kids and your future kids. So if you understand why you're here on earth, it's to enjoy life, to experience, this, not to struggle. I mean, you may struggle for a second until you wake up. But once you awaken, you're supposed to thrive and enjoy your whole life, and not supposed to be no struggle. Okay? Those who learn fast struggle the least. Those who got to be told over and over and over and over and learn the hard way, they struggle for a long time. And they suffer for a long time. You know why? Because they don't listen and they don't learn. And they don't observe. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Dusties just want to bring you into their struggle so they have something to roll around on the mattress with. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Nope. Y'all can keep struggle love over there. Don't bring it into your future, ladies. Should you pay back money you owe to a narcissistic parent that cut you off? I don't know how to answer this question because I'm just going to give my kids money. They never got to pay me back. If I'm a parent and my kid needs money, they're going to be able to have it without having to pay me back. You know why? Because I'm their mother. So I don't know what arrangement you have with your parent. But, you know, if I'm giving out the kindness of my heart if I'm giving something to my kids. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. If you promise to pay them back and they're expecting payment, you know, that's the deal y'all made. What if he has an estranged relationship with his family because of me? Then you win. Sprinkle, sprinkle. He chose you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You win. He's obsessed. Congratulations, ma'am. Wonderful. All right. You did it right. All right. Have I thought about doing reaction videos on these dusties? Girl, no, because I don't want the dust to rub off on me in them videos. I'm focused on the positive here. Like, we're trying to teach women how to get this money. We're not reacting to what we already know is. We already know they're dusty, so why do we need to react to it? Okay. I mean, y'all can use it for entertainment value, but I have no value in it. I don't want to exploit dust. You know what? Dust exploits itself. And dusty may not be dusty forever. You know what I mean? And I don't feel right exploiting dusties unless they come in here to get exploited, you know? Some of them like it. They come in here on purpose. Their face isn't seen. You know, if I react to something, at least it's going to be something a little bit less dusty. But honestly, I'm not here to exploit dusties. I'm here to get this money. I'm here to teach y'all how to get this money. And dusties can learn how to get money or stay dusty. It's up to them. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Look, I don't come looking for them. They come looking for over here, and they, you know, they're going to get got if they come up in these comments. Okay. And I'm never literally talking about a specific dusty. I'm just talking about random, generalized people that fit these descriptions. Y'all come to me with y'all's questions about y'all's dust. I answer them the best I can, but I don't go out of my way to exploit dusties, okay? They already exploiting themselves enough. They come in here, they already know the deal. They came on their own free will. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said I'm too old and mature to play them childish games. Exactly. Because I'm looking at from the bigger picture, you know? And a lot of people don't look at it from the bigger picture. They just look at it from one perspective. So That man may not be Dusty in 5 years from now, you know, and like whoever I'm reacting to. And also, you know, Dusty is not a permanent situation. And plus, I rather focus on people that are doing stuff right to promote that. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And I always talk about this, like people always want to promote ratchet behavior versus positive, beneficial behavior. Let me tell y'all why. Let me tell y'all why people want to promote ratchet behavior. There's two reasons. One is to feel better about their situation because it's not so ratchet or dusty. And the other is to exploit and stereotype certain types of people because they are ratchet. And that's what they get labeled automatically. How to raise your frequency. Don't deal with dust. Deal with only people that have a lot of money. And stay positive and keep your standards high. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Drink lots of water. There you go. Usually people that have a lot of money are less negative, so their frequency is higher. They're thinking about abundance. They're thinking about prosperity. They're networking and collabing versus fighting and tearing each other down. So usually you're going to have more higher frequencies around people with money. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. We'll get around. That's why I tell y'all, go to a rich neighborhood, hang around people with money, do some rich activities. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah. Thank y'all. You said no 50-50 to your boyfriend. He spiraled and we broke up. Now he wants to agree with my terms. Should I take him back? Okay. Don't do nothing with him until he pays all them bills, ma'am. Make sure he puts his money where his mouth is. Okay. Hand him all your bills and he can come back after they paid. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And remember the re-entry fee. Put a little extra on one of them bills, some shopping money or something. Okay. You're in a marriage that went from sweet. Okay. KP says they're in a marriage that went from sweet to sour. He's now mean. Everyone loves me, which he doesn't like. He had an affair and shows no remorse. What do I do? Pays 90% of the bills. Okay. So honestly, if he messed up, then he's at fault. So you continuously do what you do. If you want to make him less sour or less upset, give him projects to do to make him think he's earning your forgiveness when he's really not. He's just staying busy and having hope. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You'll thank me later. You get a lot of stuff done around your house too. So, like, talk to him in a nice tone when you ask him to do a project. So there's a project that needs to be done. Honey, this needs to be done around the house. I really want this done. It's really important to me. He's thinking, oh, she's being nice. I need to do this project. So maybe she'll forgive me and start treating me nice again. And da 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 da. Rub on his shoulder. Now he's busy with the project. The project is getting done. He's staying busy. He's having false hope that you're going to, forgive him or whatever. And when the project is done, thank him, tell him what a wonderful job he does, and then give him a new project. See, when you're in a type of marriage where you're mad because the man messed up, if he can't give you money or pay for you to do whatever you need him to do, because you already have access to the money, give him projects. Keep him busy. Sprinkle, sprinkle. He'll think by doing these things, he's making you happy and buying his forgiveness. Okay. Win-win. Okay. Why do y'all think y'all always see like these older couples? The man is always busy doing something. Think about it. I mean, think about your grandma, your grandpa. Think about when you were growing up, they always were busy. Why do you think they were busy? Them grandmas was giving them projects to keep them busy. Thank you, Moon Pie Sprinkle Sprinkle. What are your thoughts on how to curate your socials to match your glow up on? I don't know. I just post stuff because I get paid. So I don't really try to make it cohesive or worry about no glow up. I just post what I feel or, what I want to feel or, I really don't do too much thinking about posting stuff because I'm not single. But if I were single, I'd have 2 or 3 alias social medias that reflected certain things and I wouldn't show everybody everything. Okay. You need to have a couple of them to where you show people that you're dating and one that builds up your social media following. Okay. You need to have a total, and you don't follow yourself on any of them because they'll figure it out. So have one with some cats and some grandmas, some flowers, and some sunsets or whatever, some sunrises. Then have some with all your stuff. Okay. So have some alias social medias. And do what you feel. I mean, I think your social media should reflect you, not be a carbon copy of somebody else's. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said they have to earn their keep. You said your psychologist keep you pick me, and she said that rich people are close circle and bad. Okay, okay, ma'am. You're gonna listen to someone that gets paid to keep you in there week after week to collect your insurance money? Wonderful. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And she's probably a pick Misha herself. You know what I'm saying? If she's a psychologist, is she not rich? She don't want you coming after her man. All right, ma'am. Do what I'm telling y'all to do. All right. Don't listen to somebody that got you on insurance. Do what I'm telling you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What are you supposed to do? Date within your class? Date within your class? Stay within your boundaries? That's what she just told you. Your psychiatrist told you date within your own class. You're not good enough to date the rich. Go back to your own poor class. Goodbye. That's what she told you. You gonna keep paying for that? Your insurance gonna keep paying for a woman to tell you, or a man to tell you, or whoever to tell you not to aim higher, not to do more. Good for y'all. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Hello, Shira. My therapist says that I should go back to being a dominatrix. Your thoughts? If it don't make money, it don't make sense, man. As long as you're charging. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Sounds fun to me. And you get to wear cute clothes. All right. Okay. I definitely think that before anyone goes to a psychiatrist or a therapist, that you need to have a list of questions to ask them before you agree to be their patient. Are you a pick Misha? Do you believe in 50-50? Do you believe that classes are able to mix, or do you think that the poor should stay with the poor? All right. Okay, well, thank you for your time. I don't think you're going to be my therapist or my psychologist. I got to go find somebody that has more open-minded. But you have a nice day. Y'all need to be interviewing them people before they start talking to y'all, because some of y'all be sitting over there right in front of a pick-me-sha who got a Dusty at home taking care of the baby while she's at work. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Some of y'all are offending some of them psychiatrists who are taking care of grown, able-bodied men with all their degrees while their man at home sitting there probably cheating on them. Y'all ever think about that? All right. Y'all got to be smarter. Y'all got to interview them before you allow them. Sometimes you'll find one that thinks like you, and sometimes you won't. And that's fine. You never know what people's home life and how it's reflecting in their work. Okay. Because believe me, just because you have a psychiatry degree, you still may be crazy enough to pay for some dust. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What do I use to make these pop up on my screen? If you go to the description bar on this video and scroll all the way down to the bottom, I list the software, or not the software, but the I don't know if it's an app. I list what I use to do that with. It's called Streamyard. And if you go all the way down and click, let me see if I can link it for you. Because a lot of times, hold on. Sorry, y'all. Because if you click on it, it'll be there and you can get it for yourself. And it's free. Hold on. Let me find it for y'all, because I know some of y'all have videos and YouTube videos that y'all want to use this on. So let me just link it to y'all. This is what I use. And it also allows you to do certain things that you can't do on YouTube. So I'll just link it here. If y'all are interested, here's a link. All right, sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. Some dust has entered the premises. What? Is it lunchtime already? Okay, y'all are off from the morning shift. Lunch shift has clocked in. The drive-through is free. Did you hand your headset over? Wonderful. Hopefully they have some disinfectant to spray. All right. Welcome. Okay. Welcome, Dust, from your first morning shift. All right. Y'all got all them hash browns and egg McMuffins out the way? All right. It's lunchtime. Wonderful. You made it home? All right. You drove Pick Misha's car? Great. Wonderful. Well, at least they got a job, you know. Some Dusties ain't even employed, so. You know, the ones that come when the lunch shift and breakfast shift changes. At least they got a little something. Okay. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a reel or a TikTok, but I was watching where this lady was on a, you know, those little escalators that pass each other. Well, one was wearing her fast food outfit, probably from McDonald's. And the other one was her future self passing her old, you know, fast food employee self. And like her future self was all rich and successful. Y'all seen that? That's true. Keep hope alive. Get this money. Stay focused on getting where you need to get. All right. So for married people or single people or just people in a relationship, how to keep them obsessed. Remain unpredictable. Not in a bad way, but in a way where you're not in the same boring routine and they can predict everything about you. Okay. Number 2, Let them stay in suspense about certain things. Don't tell them everything. Do stuff at the last minute. You know what I'm saying? Stay vague about details and things about your daily activities. Stay very vague. The less they know, the more they're intrigued, the more they wonder, the more they think about you. This is how you keep them obsessed. Okay. Once you've been unpredictable, kept them in suspense, been very vague about things, they're going to want to catch up with you, talk to you, see how your week or your month has gone. So they want to spend time with you, which means you get to pick some type of date or activity or trip in order for them to catch up. And they'll do whatever you want because you've been so busy staying unpredictable, leaving them in suspense and not giving them too many details about your life. So now they want to play catch up. So they're going to pay for a nice date or a nice little trip, whatever. Then they're going to think everything is all great again. And you're going to be like, more open and telling them the most. Nope. Now you give them a problem to solve to keep them busy. When they solve the problem, give them a pat on the back, tell them thank you, give them their little reward or whatever, and then start it all over. Okay. If y'all are married and y'all are, having issues, or if there's something that happened that was unforgivable, keep giving them projects to make them think they're earning their forgiveness, or demand more out of them to think that they're earning their forgiveness. It could be, upgrades. It could be them doing stuff that they, that you need for them to do, projects around the house or whatever. As long as they think they're working towards your attention and they keep thinking about you and they're going to stay obsessed. You're going to stay obsessed. If they buy you a nice gift, wear it for about a week and then store it away. Like if they give you a necklace, if they give you something, wear it for about a good week and then store it away. Bring it out every once in a while on special occasions. Keep their hope up by fake bragging to other people on the phone about them, and then go back and start the cycle all over again, being unpredictable, leaving them in suspense, being very vague. Now they want to play catch up again. Now you plan a trip or a date. Okay, give them a problem to solve. Start the cycle all over again. Okay, that's how you keep them obsessed. If you're not able to keep them obsessed, it's because you're not following that pattern. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. If you don't like what they got you, then wear it for 2 days and take it off. Or don't even put it on at all. Just keep it in the box and keep it open and look at it. Or make a comment and say something like, oh, you know what? My grandma would love this, or my niece would love this. Thank you. You just gave him a project. I asked husband for lunch. He sent so fast. Will give me more projects. Yeah. Think of some good projects to do, ma'am. They love to be of assistance, especially when you're ignoring them, being unpredictable and very vague. You ask them for anything, they're gonna get it done because they seek the reward and the validation from you. And the whole time they're trying to figure out how to please you, how to get to you, how to get you to notice them, because they're thinking about you, because they're obsessing over you. You give them something to do, they're gonna do it real quick. All right. Husband is always complaining about providing and what he has to do, trying to manipulate me to pay bills. I don't budge or care because I'm still going to get my money from him and he cannot do better than me. Trust. Okay. M, sprinkle, sprinkle. Stand on your business, ma'am. Yes. Stand on your business. That's how you do it. What color paint your toes for feet content? Uh-oh, Lena, you finna start an only feet. Girl, they like red, baby. You know they like red. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Someone said white. Red, white, I don't know, man. I thought they like red. Depending on what color your feet are, I guess. I would do my reds. Unless you get that glow in the dark and do it in the darkness, that might, that might be more interesting. It might get more tips if you got the glow in the dark nail polish and turn off the lights, put on a little black light, little ambiance or something. I would be getting creative with my stuff. Uh-oh, meow, sprinkle, sprinkle. You've been taking care of yourself and family since 14. Your strong personality gets in the way of finding a provider. Any tips on those who have issues asking for things, how to break that within ourselves? Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Date someone older And that will be natural for you to expect them to give. You know what I'm saying? Because they're old. They're supposed to, they got years and years on you. They're supposed to be able to give you stuff and provide. All right. And the way that you can break it is to focus on their money and not them. Don't attach yourself to whether they're going to leave or not, or abandon you or not, or take care of you or not. Your goal is their money, not anything else. If they don't come through with that money, there's no use for them in your life. So attach to that idea. Okay. That way, that's what is expected of them, not their presence, not their attention, not any of that, but only the money. If you only focus on the money, you'll be able to accept it. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Because that's the only reason that they're there. Everything else is added bonus. You said you started working as a massage therapist at a casino. Can I pull a provider? You're 31. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If they come on to you and they like you and they want to treat you right and give you money, ma'am, of course. But you don't come on to them. Remember that. If they're not into you, let them go. They must appeal to you, and watch out for them undercovers, because you know what they be trying to do. One time I was going out to eat and there was like a massage place next door to the restaurant, and we saw all these like cop cars pull up. We were like, what the heck is going on? This lady got busted for, doing what she do. I'm not saying you do that, but be careful. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If he's talking to you and coming on to you and stuff like that, meet outside of your workplace or in a less professional atmosphere. If he asks you out on a date, make sure he got money. Keep it professional. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said if a man ain't paying, he ain't staying. Exactly. And also to the lady that said, how can you start receiving it because you've been independent? Act like he's supposed to be paying like rent for him being in your life. That way, if you have a roommate, or if you own a building, or if you own a house and your people that are leasing ain't got the rent, what you do? Kick them out. They're only there for them to pay. Think like that, and you will never have trouble collecting money again. I promise you. Think of it as business. And everything else, if he's nice, if he's decent, if he makes you feel nice, added bonus. Mm-hmm. Okay, Nurian. How to ask 500 deposit on your enrollment in college? Just ask, ma'am. You're in college. How old is this person? If they're much older than you and they have a career, just ask. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, some of y'all are afraid to ask for the bare minimum. That ain't nothing. Just ask. It's for school. It's for college. They can write it off on their donations to students. Mini scholarship. I don't know. They can write off on their taxes. Thank you, Tyra. You're 20. That works at a private airport. Okay, as a customer service, you met a lot of millionaires, rich pilots. How can I attract them? By looking pretty and looking cute and smelling good. Make a little eye contact. If they walk over, they walk over. Sprinkle, sprinkle. That's all you can really do. Smile, be nice, but let them make the first move. As always, just look extra good and smell extra good. I mean, they're eventually going to make their way over there if they see you a couple of times. Just make sure you pick the one the most. Mm-hmm. You said clock that T. The therapist may be paying for dust. Exactly. Some of y'all's therapists be supporting the whole dusty and trying to tell you how to live your life. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said your Dusty spent $700 on a freaking PlayStation. Well, they're investing in their future. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Video games. That's their priority. Okay. if somebody gave me $700, I would not buy a video game. I'd at least buy something that could make me more money. You know what I mean? Hmm. The link for the program I'm using. Okay, I'm gonna link it here again in the comments. There you go. Also, it's linked in the description bar all the way at the bottom. If you just scroll, click more under my videos where I have the description at, click, and then scroll all the way down, and it's going to be the last link as well. Mm-hmm. You say you're a skinny. You are skinny. Stay mad, hunty. What? Who? Why are y'all worried about who's skinny and who? Okay, y'all are arguing amongst each other. Okay, wonderful. Girl, who in it? Said be demure. Okay, yeah. Smile and be polite. Mm-hmm. You thick and slim, we all get paid. Just get in where you fit in. That's what I always tell people. Just get in where you fit in. Okay. You do chair massage in public setting, except at casino. I was working if that's a spot to be on a lookout for providers. Okay. You know what? If I was looking for a provider and I'm not going to no casino. Sprinkle. I'm going to the rich side of town. I am not going to a casino. I would never go to a casino to find somebody rich. I will always just go to the rich side of town. It's much easier. You know, everybody there got money. Period. Okay. Do you want to find somebody with a gambling problem, or do you want to go find somebody that's living the life? You know, go to rich side of town. Take your little massage chair and go to the rich side of town. Go to a spa. Go to the mall. Go to a shopping center. You know, something like that. Get like a small boutique owner, and see if you can set up shop there, and maybe like a male clothing store, as on the weekend or something. Maybe you can meet somebody there. I don't know. I mean, I'm not getting ready to be in no casino doing massages on people with gambling problems. This doesn't sound right to me. Sprinkle. Okay. You said times have changed. These American men are dusty. Y'all got to date older. Date older. Stop trying to date people that don't even have no money. How are people going to have money that's your same age if you are needing money from them? You know what I'm saying? Date older. Date people that got stocks. Date people that got several streams of income. Date people that got properties, that have inherited properties. What are y'all dating these people that's barely entering their career for? Date older, or date old money. Date rich old money, or date older men. Because y'all keep trying to squeeze water from a rock. Uh-oh, you got out to high class places literally all the time. All men I meet are either into other men or stingy. This is what LA is like. Well, then stop going to LA. Go to the outskirts. Go to the small towns outside of LA. You know what I'm saying? Trying to fix this hair because I changed the side of my part. Why are y'all trying to do the most over there? Y'all know y'all need to go to them outskirts. Go. You know what? I helped this one lady years ago because she had the same problem. I told her to date men in the country. If you live in California, go find some ranch owners, some vineyard owners. Go outside of the city. Go find some land owners. You know what I'm saying? And she met this one dude who owned a ranch, and he was rich. She stepped outside. Okay, go to where the real money is. And there's less competition. Okay, go to the small outskirts. Go to the little mountain areas. Go to the ranch and farm areas and find them over there. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Everybody is so bent on living a certain type of like lifestyle for the internet. Go live a lifestyle for your whole future generation. You know what I'm saying? Go get you a vineyard owner. Go get you a ranch owner. Go get you a farmer. What are y'all doing? Y'all chasing after people that don't even own the land that they are living in and just doing it for looks. You know? Sprinkle, sprinkle. You're 33. What age range should you be dating? 50 and up. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Definitely 50 and up if you're 33. Okay. That's where the money resides. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Y'all just date 20 to 25 years older than y'all. All right. They're not going to be able to press you at your own age unless they're like a billionaire or a super like rich millionaire. Just date 20 to 25 years older. Whatever your age is, add 20 to 25 years. Okay. 15 at the least. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. He said, how do you find oil tycoons in Texas? Go to the engineering conferences. Go to the oil and gas engineering conferences. They have them every year in Houston, probably Dallas too. You can buy tickets online. It's like a week-long thing. It's usually at like a convention center or something like that. And then they have after events at different places. So go there. And it's open to the public, but you got to buy tickets. And remember, it's a week worth of tickets or 3 days worth of tickets. So the price is going to be a little bit up there, not too much, but remember it's for 3 days. And I was actually given free tickets and invited to, but I wasn't able to attend. But that's where the million and billionaires be. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah. Remember, they always have conferences and conventions that you can find online and purchase tickets for in advance. It's open to the public as long as you got the money. You sit there and attend. You mix and mingle. They have food and stuff like that. Okay, and I'm gonna tell y'all a secret. A lot of these men know that women are there to mix and mingle, and they're more likely to approach you in a social manner. So just look good. All right, sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. And remember, you gotta look the part. Don't come in there with no look the part, ladies. Okay, you're going to a professional social uh setting, so look the part. Don't come in there looking like you're supposed to be going to a club. Don't come in there with no long giant fingernails. Don't come in there with no giant lashes. Go in there looking demure and classy. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. You said how reliable are God-fearing men? Ma'am, I don't know. As reliable as their bank account and streams of income. Sprinkle, sprinkle. How much money they got? That's how reliable they are. But how much they're willing to spend. Okay. You said religious men are weird. Girl. Super religious men have something to hide. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. Understand this and know it. I'm telling y'all from the start. Super overly religious men have something to hide. Be smart. All right. It's literally a disguise to hide the terribleness of them. Because I have known some. Remember, I used to work with a lot of churches back in my day when I was a mortician. And they are some of the worst people that I have ever met in my life. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. You said the women too? Yeah. All them people in the cult, I'm calling it a cult, got something to hide or something to atone for. That's why I don't deal with them. Sprinkle. Remember, and I don't like whatever you were raised in. That I'm not talking to y'all. I'm not talking about your faith. I'm talking about over religious people. There's something wrong there. Okay. I'm talking about people that have something to atone for, something they feel guilty about, or something that they're hiding. Usually those are the super religious crazy people, and those are the ones you need to red flag up immediately. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said when they make it their whole personality, it's exactly, that's a red flag. And I'm not talking about people that are just that have a faith. I'm talking about overly religious people, or that's their entire personality. That there's something hidden there. There's something they're atoning for. There's something that they're trying to make up for in their past, or something that they're hiding in their present. So be careful. Mm-hmm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said, what are my thoughts on IG models and old HOs switching to religion? Okay, I don't know any of these people, so I can't speak on their name. But like I said, either you're atoning for something, and that's perfectly normal, because if people psychologically need something to atone for and use to atone with, that's perfectly normal psychologically. But from the outside looking in, some people understand that, and it's okay. But when you are trying to convert other people, trying to get brownie points to make up for your past actions, that's when it doesn't really count. It's like, okay, you're trying too hard. You're doing too much. You're trying to atone for too much that you've done in your past. Instead of facing it and dealing with it the correct way, they use religion to feel a level of validation or atonement or saving from their past. Okay. This is psychologically what religion is. So I don't know. I can't judge people. If that's what's helping them sleep at night, that's what's helping them sleep at night. But never try to judge other people and gather brownie points to atone your past. That's where you need to draw the line, because then it becomes a red flag. Okay. But I understand it from a psychological perspective. Some people need it, some people don't. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. That's why, like, if you're religious, it doesn't bother me, but when you try to do too much or try to judge other people or try to put your stuff on other people, that's when it literally just becomes an issue. So be careful for people like that. Oh, thank you, Yellow Bay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I appreciate you. But I will say one positive thing about it. It is a constructive way to deal with your issues. Sometimes, yes. Sprinkle, sprinkle. But some people choose other ways that are, more dangerous or more self-destructive. So I think it's a way for people to deal with their issues or their past in a organized and constructive manner. But that's but when people start projecting it onto other people, that's when it's not a good thing. So people will respect you if you respect them, literally. Mm-hmm. He's rich, but maybe what? Girl, don't deal with nothing unless they're legal. Make sure they're on the up and up, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. You say you bought the Ho Cosmetics Liquid Finesse. How does it work? Oh, okay. Well, I have some that I use every day. Even have the travel size in my purse. And just spray it on. It makes people more talkative, more, want to approach you. They treat you nicer. So here's my little purse size one that I keep in my purse. And I spray this on every day, no matter what. It just makes people nicer to you, more open to you, more generous towards you. Puts up on my wrist. And it smells like fresh air, like in a slight, like fresh air / like perfumey smell, but it's not a scent. It's like, the scent when you first spray a perfume, it smells like that fresh, clean smell. That's what it smells like, fresh, clean. And you can pair it with any perfume and it will definitely work. It also makes you feel good about yourself every day as well. It lifts your mood as well. So I spray that on every day. And then you can mix and match it with whatever perfume that you want. And it's fine. So definitely will help people start conversations with you. Definitely will help people be less shy and more, generous towards you. Men or women. So it can be used in a platonic fashion. So you can wear it pretty much anywhere. This is what I wear every day. Yes. If you're in the vicinity of rich men and they are close by and you spray that on, they're more likely to want to talk to you versus someone else, especially if you look good. They're going to be more drawn into you to start a conversation with you. And the more they talk to you, the more they're going to find you, be drawn a little bit more to you. So if you are in the vicinity a lot with men with money, definitely get you some Ho Cosmetics. It's linked in the description bar, and definitely use my code Shera. Okay, I'm gonna link it to y'all. Use my code to save money because there's a little quiz you can take to see what's best for you, but add this to it as well because this is best for everybody. But use my code Shera to save your money when you check out. And definitely it works. Okay. I'm not going into too much detail, but I'm telling you it works. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I'm telling you it works. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I put you on to the whole perfumes. They're amazing. I told you. Didn't I tell you? Yeah, I'm telling y'all, I wouldn't even be talking about it if it was some BS. That stuff works. I can't even use the other stuff that's really strong. I don't even break that out. That's still in the package. They have this other one called Addict that you have to literally write and take like a little. You got to write the company and request it because it's that potent. If it gets into the wrong hands, like I'm not even opening that. Not right now. Not yet. Not in a long. I'm not opening it. Anyway, sprinkle, sprinkle. What is this? Should you search for a provider type man if you're 17? Girl, you need to be focused on getting grown, and you're too young to be focused on that. But if you're going to deal with somebody, make sure their family has money at least. Y'all, I know I have never done this. I have to take a bathroom break. So hold on, I'll be right back. Oh, sorry, I had y'all on mute. I drank this whole thing, and then I have this one too. So I'm like very hydrated. I'm very hydrated now. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah, I was on mute for a second, but I was telling y'all the same thing. I drank a lot of water today and last night. Okay. Thank y'all. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Whew. Oh, yeah, I had to pee. Drank a lot of water. Sorry. Y'all just have to click the little button and do the little circle button thingy. All right, sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. Thank y'all. Refresh. Okay. Okay, hold on. Somebody sent me some cash apps. Hold on. Let me see what y'all talking about on cash app. Okay. Okay, Miss Sasha sent me something. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you. She sent me a little sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay, appreciate that. And Jay sent me one too, or J Bay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Star Castillo, for being a new member. Appreciate you. Thank y'all. Okay. So if y'all are trying to get the information on how to keep him obsessed, we went over that like 5 or 6 times earlier in the video. Now I'm just answering questions. But I have a little list to go over real quick if y'all just are tuning in. If you want more details, watch the beginning of the video. So stay unpredictable. Let them stay in suspense in certain things. Be vague when answering questions or giving out information to them. When they finally want to spend more time with you because you being vague, unpredictable, and leaving them in suspense, they'll probably let you choose the activity or pick what you want to do because they want to please you. Solve the problem. Have them solve a problem for you because they think it's going to, allow you to be more, into them. And this is all the same time they're becoming obsessed with you because they're constantly thinking about you, what you're doing, why you're not answering, right away, why you're not telling them all the details. And then like praise them by falsely bragging to some fake person on the phone about all the things that they've done for you. And then repeat the process. Become unpredictable. Leave them in suspense. Be very vague about what you're doing. Then they'll want to spend time with you. Spend a little time with them. Then give them a problem to solve. Brag about them. Give them a project. Start all over. Okay? That's basically the whole thing. Okay? Refresh if y'all can't hear. Y'all's computers or your phone needs to be refreshed or something. Okay? Tell them in the comments just to refresh. Okay. Well, if you're, thank you. This is like a dress. It's a linen, cute, like peasant dress. Kind of short. Not short, but like to the knee. I just threw it on. I feel like dressing up today or doing too much. You said, what's your take on cheating? They better have a lot of money in that bank account if they want you to stay, because they're going to have to pay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If you want to stay and they want you to stay, then y'all come up with a deal. If not, then, you draw the line somewhere. And when I say stay, I don't mean continuously treat them the exact same. I mean, stay and let them make it up to you for how long it takes or however long they think they're making it up to you. Get tested and take off, all privileges off the table when it comes to being intimate. If they want to keep themselves around and pay to stay, maybe they can upgrade your vehicle, buy you a nice gift, take you on a vacation, do something nice for you. But now they're in your debt, so keep them there. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If you're, because a lot of times, if he has money, you can literally do a lot of stuff with that. But if he's broke, definitely go. Broke men that cheat aren't worth dealing with. If they have money, then, create a way for you to thrive and get money from as well. Because you're not going to get no money out no dust. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Because a lot of men don't realize when they cheat, sometimes women are waiting for them to mess up so they can do whatever they want and get a lot out of them. You know what I mean? Sometimes women don't even care about you like that. And they're just waiting on you to mess up. So they can get something out of you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah. Just cut them off in the bedroom, get them tested, and collect their money like I tell y'all to do. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Your husband just looking at a young pick-me at work. Now he is in the process of a custom new car. Okay. Well, you're not spending enough of his money, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You need to start a big project on the house. How much it's going to cost you? Y'all got a pool? Y'all need a new roof? You got a new floor to put in? Do you want to add an extra bedroom? You leaving him too much money to spend on upgrading his vehicle to impress some pygmisha. You spend some of his money, give him a project. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said the car is for you. Okay, Amanda. Okay, I misread that. So he was flirting with a pygmisha at work, and now you got to upgrade on your car. Okay, wonderful. But for those who are in the other situation, you need to be spending his money so he don't have money to spend on others or to upgrade himself in order to attract others. That's what you'll need to be doing. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said these modern men live in apartments with roommates. That's because y'all are dating men y'all's own age. Stop dating broke dusties. Date older, okay? See, y'all come to this channel thinking I'm telling y'all to date men y'all's own age that have less or the same money as you. Men your own age don't have what you got. Women are thriving way more financially than men their own age. Stop dating with men your own age. Date older. Okay? Y'all are out here 27, 26-year-old with 2-3 degrees, and y'all still trying to date men your own age who are barely, making 40 hours a week at their drive-in job or drive-through job. Come on now. Stop dealing with men your own age. They have nothing for you. Go older. No 27-year-old man is going to impress a 27-year-old woman. Point blank, period. Go older. Shira, me and my provider just had your third baby. Feeling blessed and planned my push present, which is a vacation in October. Okay, Doris, sprinkle, sprinkle. Well, congratulations. And I don't know where y'all going in October, but I hope y'all have fun. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. You need a man on his deathbed with a pension. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Good luck finding it. Go to the senior community living areas. I don't know. Go to Denny's. Go to Luby's. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Cracker Barrel. Someone said the hospice in the rich area. Y'all are silly. Here, go to the arthritis specialist. Sit in the lobby. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If you're dating somebody your own age, are they able to pay? Okay. This is my question to a lot of young women, because now, if you're young, what you need now is not what you're going to need in 4 to 5 years from now, because this changes drastically for women. Y'all have to understand, a man's expenses doesn't change drastically unless he gets married or has a child. A woman's expenses changes dramatically after she turns about 23, 24, 25. Her finances have to either increase or she has to date a man with more money or marry a man with more money, because we have biological clocks. If we want to have kids, we want to thrive. We want to live in a nice area. We want nice cars. We want nice school districts for, the families we're going to raise. So we require a lot more faster than men do. And this is what a lot of women don't understand. You're dating somebody your own age, and about 5 years from now, he's going to have to make a substantially huge amount of money for you to even be able to live comfortably in this society, in this day and age. You understand? And he's probably not going to be able to do that. So you're going to be hanging on to this 20-something-year-old for 5 years. Now you're getting ready to want to have babies and get married, and he's nowhere near that financially. This is why I say, even if they like you and they're paying your little rinky-dink, phone bill, apartment bill, that's not the same thing as a mortgage, a SUV vehicle, insurance, homeowners association fee, taxes, in a nice, suburban area. He's not paying for a kid's, clothing, diapers. He's not paying for none of that. Y'all are just paying for a little bitty electric bill in an apartment that you rent. That's not enough for a family. So he's going to have to literally make a huge amount of money for you to be able to thrive and live comfortably in the next 5 years. You know what I'm saying? So be careful. Dating guys your own age. They might be enough for today, but it won't be enough for tomorrow. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. I remember when James and I were married, we lived in a nice high-rise building in the nice area, like uptown. This is before I had kids. We were married a while before I had kids. As soon as I found out that, we were expecting, I'm not getting ready to have a baby in an apartment or a high rise. It's to the suburbs. Let's go look at homes. Let's go out to this place. Let's go out to that place and look at houses. We're not getting ready to raise no kids. And this is not New York. I live in Texas. It's not the same thing. Yeah, we were married. So we're looking at houses. We're looking at stuff like that. You have to upgrade the car because, he had a 2-seater. And I had upgraded my car, of course, already. But you're not going to be able to stay in the same situation because stuff is going to cost money when you start expecting, when you start wanting to start a family, it costs more money. Okay. So having someone that was much older, was financially responsible, had a savings, had good credit, was able to go straight from wherever we were to the suburbs without a hitch. That's what you want. That's what you need. You don't want to struggle and, wish and hope for miracles. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said a starter husband? Why even get married if they're just a starter husband? Unless you're trying to take their money, in which they don't have. Why even put yourself through that? Just keep your options open and okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah. Keep them obsessed by keeping your standards high as well. Never bring your standards down. Not even if in marriage, not even in a relationship. Whatever your standards were in the beginning, if they were high in the beginning, when they first met you, keep them that high in the marriage, keep them that high in their long-term relationship. That's why they will stay obsessed if you keep your standards high. Okay. If you try to bring them down after a while, they're going to oh, she's not the same person. She doesn't require as much. I don't need to do as much. Let me just get lazy. Nope. Keep them standards super high. In fact, they should get higher after you have kids because now other people are involved. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Is 48 old enough? That's as old as I could do. How old are you, ma'am? How old are you? Because if you're like 20 or 21, yeah, that's probably good, but they're not going to, we'll see. It depends on how old you are. Okay. Because some people, that's way too young. 48 is not old enough for some people. So it just depends on how old you are. You in your early 20s? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm. Okay. If you're in your early 20s, I think that's okay. And if you're past 24 or 25, you need to go a little bit older than that. Just slightly, just a little bit more. Mm-hmm. I always say go 20 years older. That's where you're going to get the most. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. If you're not gonna go older, go less attractive. But they gotta have money. So if you can't do old, just do less attractive. With money. They gotta have money though. Mm-hmm. So here's your options. Either find someone not very attractive that has a lot of money, or find someone that's older that has a lot of money. Mhm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What? Most 48-year-olds have nothing, nothing a lot of the time they go older. NJ, for men, I definitely kind of agree to that because, like, I don't even know how old I am anymore. I don't even know. Am I 46? I'm 46. So, a man 2 years older than me, that's what you're going to be getting. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Some of these men be old and dusty. Yeah, make sure they got money. Don't just go to the rich side of town. That's just going to help you a lot. Reword, if you're trying to send something, reword it. Say things differently. Sometimes they're not going to let certain words go through if you're trying to send a super chat. You said that's as old as you can do? Okay. And y'all have to understand a certain thing too. Like, older guys that have money, sometimes, when they choose to date certain women that are younger, if they're really old, they're not going to date someone that's super young anyway. So you don't have to worry about some 69 or 70-year-old trying to come on to you and you're like 20, because it looks too awkward. They're going to date people a little bit older, maybe in their 40s, or mid 30s. They're not going to go after the super young girls because it doesn't look right. Guys in their 50s or late 40s will probably go after the younger 20s. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to worry about it. It's going to be too awkward. So I really wouldn't care as long as they're paying the bills that you have. Like, if you're a young woman, if all your bill is a car note, apartment rent, and maybe a phone bill, like a cell phone bill, they should be able to cover that in their early or late 40s. That's not a problem. Okay. But I'm saying, like, if you're trying to get more, like, big stuff, you might have to date older guys. But if you're in your young 20s, you're probably not ready for that big stuff yet. You know what I'm saying? So, you said, did I remarry? Girl, no, I'm still married to the same person. I've been married for 18 years, been with them for 20 something years. But thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Do I get money? I get money from everywhere, ma'am. People send me money left and right, sprinkle, sprinkle. And I truly appreciate them. Okay. Yes. You have to practice what you preach, darling. Okay. Okay, here's a good question. Suppose you marry them and they want to do intimate things that you don't want to do, but you have to otherwise, or they don't want to spend money on you. What to do? Um, I don't know what country you live in, darling, but in America, you can say no and still get money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You know what I'm saying? You can have boundaries. You can say this is what I will do and this is what I won't do. If you don't give me no money, then everybody gonna know what you trying to do in this bedroom because I'm gonna tell your mama. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right, there you go, ma'am. Good luck. You got to take your power in that marriage real quick, or else it'll be taken from you. Okay, go ahead and assert your power there. You could say no and you could still get your money. You just got to know how to leverage this information. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. So take the money, change your mind, demand the money, or tell his mom. Whatever you need to do, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. You said now that I have my own money, why am I still married? Because I'm. Do y'all know? Do y'all not understand what marriage does for your money? Y'all need to go to financial literacy school. I'm married in a huge age gap marriage. I have money. He got money. Now, why would I leave? That's the stupidest thing. Why do, I don't. I don't need. Y'all think about this. Where am I going to go? Who's going to date me, darling? You think somebody's out there lined up with all their money trying to throw it at me? If they are, they're not going to do it in the public eye. Okay. Why leave with one bag when I can leave with two? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Think about this. Y'all not thinking. Y'all are so wrapped up and chasing behind some dusty to roll around on a mattress with. Y'all aren't understanding real wealth. Okay. Y'all got to think about this. And I'm not going to say it, but those who got brains will figure it out. Okay. Oh, sprinkle, sprinkle. Who's my inspiration growing up? Michael Jackson, baby. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Mm-hmm. Sure. How can we act if he's rich but have no manners? Okay. Um, just get his money and don't care about what he's doing, ma'am. So people already know why you're there for his money, not his manners. Have no manners with him. I mean, he's rich. He's paying for your bills. He don't have to have manners. Of course, it's nice if they do have manners, but he don't. So have none with him. Okay. Don't go to places where manners are super required. Go to those places when you're not with him. spend his money and have manners where you are with your friends or your family members. When he's out and about, he has no manners, or if y'all have no manners at home, then who cares? He rich enough to have no manners, but don't always have to be out with him. You can go other places and keep your manners. Who cares? What are you going to do? Be his mom and make sure he has manners? Okay, he's already grown. He is who he is. Just collect his money. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. He broke up with you, but won't block. Why? Why do y'all want people to block y'all? Like, do y'all do the most so people can block you, or do you just move on and not care? Because I wouldn't even know if I was blocked or not by anybody, because I don't go and check on it. Okay, y'all, I don't know how old you are, but that generation, whatever one you're in, is too into your technology to focus on real life. Who cares if you're blocked or not? Go live your life, man. Uh-oh. Thank you, Carla. Sprinkle, sprinkle. How do I even know I'm blocked from people? I don't even be texting people enough to know I'm blocked. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Why do y'all keep asking me about people I don't know? Don't ask me about stuff I don't know, babe. Okay. What is my take on a woman gambling? Is she rich? Does she have enough money to gamble? Is it an addiction? I'd rather just save it or invest it. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Or go shopping at least. You get something out of it. Spending money is better than gambling it if you know that you're getting a guarantee to get something. And especially if you spend it on something that's going to increase in value, I think it's a lot smarter. So investing in something, starting a business, buying something that's going to increase in value is always better than gambling something away. Oh, thank you, Gail. Sprinkle, sprinkle, ma'am. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, let me see what she's talking about. Shantae says she got a house and a Benz. She asked him for $400 and he told her that she got to pay him back. He owns a business and condos. You're 43 and he's 54. Have been dating for 4 years. Okay. I wouldn't claim him as your man if you have to borrow $400 from him. And I wouldn't claim him as your man if he's not paying all the bills. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Don't claim him, ma'am. You still single. That's a. I don't even know if y'all live together, but if y'all do, that's a roommate. He may not be old enough to pay you, man. His Social Security, his retirement hadn't kicked in. His 401k hadn't kicked in. He's still, clocked in or whatever. You know what I'm saying? He's not getting that Social Security. He ain't getting that AARP yet, is he? Maybe he is at 54, but he should have gone for 64. At 64, you could have been on an insurance policy. You could have been getting that AARP. You could have been getting that Social Security almost. You could have been getting that retirement money, and all of the above. How to piss a man off when he comes back? Re-entry fee. That's high. So when he comes back, make sure there's something for him to pay for that is very expensive, or request a large amount of money for him to re-enter into your life. It's called the re-entry fee. Okay. It could be a new car. It could be a lump sum of cash. It could be whatever it is you require for him to get back into your life. They cannot come back for free. Okay? It'll make him mad if he don't got enough money for you to re-enter. Then he'll have to turn around and go away. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. You said the president of France stays with the old lady. This old lady have old money? Does she have political connects? Does she have old money? Some men also marry or deal with women for money and political connections. You never know. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. Having a roster doesn't mean you sleep with them. The leverage is not sleeping with them. Men are silly. Okay. Because men only think one way, they think women are the same, and they don't realize women are not the same as them. Okay. Our focus is more on comfort, lifestyle, and money, while their focus is more on physical, trying to sleep with somebody. Just because a woman is dating a man don't mean she's sleeping with him. She's just going out to eat with him, letting him spend money on her, and then she's on to the next. She's making an excuse. She's like, oh, well, I gotta go. I gotta wake up early in the morning. It was nice to get to know you. Hopefully we can do this again soon. Bye. They're not, all women who are dating a man aren't sleeping with them. Just because men want to sleep with all women that they date don't mean women do. Y'all got to understand this. If a woman sleeps with a man, she's definitely benefiting from him, unless her name is Pygmisha. Now, Pygmisha will sleep with anything moving for validation. Okay? But women that have value in themselves and self-esteem, they got a roster. They don't have to sleep with men. They can get it from him, and circle back around. Okay? Only people and women that need validation will do anything to people please, and that includes sleeping with a man. Unless you're a grown, able-bodied woman and you're going to lay down with somebody, make sure that you at least got money and you will actually want to be there doing those things, because everybody's grown. They can do what they want to do. But don't do nothing with nobody broke. I'll just tell y'all that. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Women go for comfort, lifestyle, and money. Men go for visuals, physical connection, and, to see if they can sleep with you a couple times. That's all they go for. They don't go for anything more. You ain't got to be nothing more than that in the beginning of any type of relationship. That's all they're looking for. That's why they keep chasing, because that's what they hope for. A man won't chase a woman to get to know her personality. A man gonna chase a woman to sleep with her. That's the whole point. That's what you guys, the carrot dangling. That's the carrot that you dangle. Okay? Women are very different. We're very strategic. And we're going to get you to invest in us. We're going to dangle that little carrot, and you may never catch it, but you're going to spend some money trying to. Sprinkle, sprinkle. A man just want to get in and, do what he got to do. And that's understandable. We already know how men think and operate. It is what it is. I'm not mad at it. If you don't have a carrot to dangle, they ain't got no money to spend. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. They depend and hope and wish that they could catch the carrot that you dangle. They may never catch it, but they will try, and they will pay to try. Okay. So let them be. Dangle that carrot. Let them try. Let them pay to chase. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Oh. Okay, young ladies. Young ladies. Let me talk to the young ladies. If y'all's focus is on sleeping with a man and how good he is in bed and all that kind of stuff, that should be the last thing on the list. Okay? Let me tell y'all. That should be the last thing on the list. That's last. That's very end. The first couple of things on the list is money. You know what I'm saying? Fill in the rest, but they gotta have some money. All right. And the last thing, because unless you're gonna be doing that thing several times a day, every day, Why is it important? And especially if they like you way more than you like them, you ain't got to do it every day. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be getting y'all stuff mixed up. So if they like you times 10, they got money, you can literally say no 4 to 5 days a week. And maybe if they do right and give it to them once a week or less, they'll be trying for longer. Like you could dangle the carrot still in the relationship. And if they like you 10 times more, they'll wait. They'll be patient. They'll be understanding because they know they ain't finna get it no other type of way. And if they really want it from you, they're gonna do what it takes. So if you're worried about that, if you really like sleeping with guys and that's going to be your, lifelong hobby because you don't have any other hobbies, think about it. If that's top on the list, after you already have kids, your time is going to be taken up. It's not going to be as important. You're going to be tired. I don't even know what he's going to be. His stuff might not even work no more after a certain time. So it doesn't really rank up high unless y'all are the same age or young. You know what I mean? If you're in an age gap marriage, none of that stuff matters. Just the money matters. If you're the same age and you're trying to roll around on a mattress with someone and you want them to be good and, attentive and all this kind of stuff, save that for your relationship that you're not trying to, thrive in. Save that for when you're young. You know what I'm saying? Get that out of your system when you're young and then marry for money. Now, added bonus if they have both. Okay. Added bonus if they have both, but don't make it a priority because some of y'all will be mad because that's all that they have to offer in the end. Like Dusty's all they have to offer are certain things. They have nothing else. So don't worry about it. A lot of men will think that women are only dealing with them because of money. Yes, we are. You're naturally supposed to provide. If you're going to call women outside of their name because you're not a provider, that means you lack. Okay. Then you don't know your role and someone didn't teach you, and we can tell you don't have a dad. All right. Wonderful. All right. Thanks for letting us know your background and your history. So if men think that women who want providers to provide them with comfort, luxury, and, be able to provide for them and their family in the future, if they're calling them prostitutes or out of their name, we already know you don't have a father. Nobody taught you how to be a man. You don't understand that men are providers. Wonderful. I'm telling you. So the next time you don't sound like that to other people, you might want to keep that to yourself. Okay, because nothing is free in this world. I know somebody told you that. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. He says he's got daddy issues. Yeah, that he didn't teach you that men are providers. So sorry about that. It wasn't your fault. This is a safe space. Yes. Girl, I don't know. You said you like that hobby. Yeah. Let me give y'all okay, I know y'all don't like hearing this. But the number one hobby of broke people is rolling around on the mattress, drinking and smoking. Okay, you don't want that to be your main focus on nothing. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. You said this older man promised you land. Okay, well, make sure you get that land before you do anything, ma'am. You already know the deal. Land in hand. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Deed, land in hand. That's it. People will drag stuff out and breadcrumb you, hoping that you're dumb enough to fall for the okie doke. But make sure you're smart enough to have the land in hand in your name legally, and double check and make sure it is legal. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said land before time. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, let's read this one. This one's interesting. Lisa says, her husband pays all the bills, but the emotional stress he puts on you after giving you money is unmatched. Plus, he promised to buy me a house, but keeps pushing the date forward. It's 2 years. Okay. I don't know where you live, but you are the wife. Take charge. Call up a realtor. You got a phone. Doop, 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 doop. Hi, Miss Realtor. Yes, my husband and I are looking for a house. Yes. Okay. When can we go view some houses? Set up the appointment. When your husband get home, tell him y'all got an appointment to go look at houses of this weekend or this Friday. Get him in there. Okay. Get him looking at the houses. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If he puts stress on you after he gives you some money, tell him either you got it or you don't. Get another job or stop complaining. Like, you got to literally talk to people, because they're going to keep repeating themselves if you don't check them. Well, you know what? If you got a problem with spending money, why don't you get another job? Because if you can't afford a wife, you need to say something. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. That's all you got to do is speak. That's all you got to do. Get on the phone, ma'am. Get on the phone. You know why he does what he does? Because you let him. You don't check him. Get on the phone and make appointments. Get on the phone, call the realtor. Okay. When he starts complaining, say, well, get another job. Apply for a higher paying job. So sorry that you feel that way. There's nothing I can do about it. You're the one that married me. Okay. See, what a man knows is that he can string a woman along as long as he can string a woman along. But when you start taking steps towards what he already promised you, he either has to go along with it or he got to tell you the truth. Okay. So remember who you are. You're the woman. Call up the realtor company. Set up an appointment. Go look at houses with or without him. Bring home the application. Put his name down. Put your name down. Done. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Take charge. If he can't afford it, he'll let you know real quick, and you've probably been waiting in vain. Mm-hmm. You said this is the kind of betrayal that will get. No, women need to start talking, because men don't think y'all are smart at all. You could do it in a nice way. All you got to do is call up the realtor company and set an appointment. He's either going to tell you he broke or not. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. Y'all be too scared to do anything and wonder why nobody even looks at certain women as someone with a voice, because you're not using your voice. You know, don't be one of those people that don't use their voice. You can say what you can say in a nice way. Honey, guess what? I made an appointment for the realtor. We're going to go look at houses Saturday. Yay. You could be stupid and play dumb, but you need to get stuff done. You need to speak. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I'm busy that Saturday. That's okay. I'll go by myself. I'm just going to go look at some houses since we're supposed to be moving anyway. Then he'll be like, well, then it's like, okay, I'm going to bring home the application. I'm going to fill it out. Fill it out. They're going to come back and let you know if you qualify for that house or not, or a house or whatever. The realtor company can do that for you. You're going to figure out his finances quick. You're going to know if he can afford a house or not. But you need to do it, because you're going to be sitting there 4 more years, 2 more years waiting and guessing and hoping until you do something about it. Okay. He said, women are too brainwashed by patriarchy and coward pick-me-sha bullies. Just stop giving it up before you are on. Yeah. Sprinkle. Yeah. Speak up and do what you got to do. You can do it in a nice way. Okay. You said that's why you make them pay 50-50 because they are able-bodied. No, that's why they pay you to keep you because they are pick-me-sha and that they're desperate. And I know that's not your choice of woman. I think that's just what you can afford. Sprinkle. Okay. Because otherwise you wouldn't be in here. All right. How to get out of a scarcity and doubt mind when I only date. Okay, you only date black men. Only what do guys 55 plus do for fun? They golf. They hang out in nice places. They go on vacation. Why don't you open up your dating pool to date other types of, they don't like, you can date other types of black men. You could date African, you could date different people from different countries. Maybe it's just American guys that you're not, getting the bag from. Or you could date whoever that finds you interesting and is offering to provide for you. You know what I'm saying? I won't discriminate. I wasn't very discriminative. I wasn't very discriminative at all. I dated every race there is. Sprinkle. Have fun, man. YOLO. I don't know why y'all be putting limits. I'll be everybody. Sprinkle. Date all men, girl. Don't limit yourself. Sprinkle. Mm-hmm. Thoughts on texting him before the date details are confirmed. He's trying to talk, but I want to see where he's taking me for dinner. Okay. So do you have the location already? Did he give you the location of where y'all are meeting up? Just get the location and leave it at that. If he hasn't texted you all day, then don't text him. Probably going to get ghosted or stood up. A lot of guys do that so you can chase them. So if they haven't texted you all day about the location, okay, just ask what you have to wear. What should I wear? If they have texted you. If they haven't texted you all day, don't text them. Sprinkle. Okay. Maybe he's still trying to get reservations somewhere. So just be patient. A lot of times people are trying to get reservations. Are they still deciding? Okay, sprinkle. That way, if it's a terrible place, you can just back out or not show up or suggest something else. Okay, you said have hope. You said you've been invited on a cruise. How to say I want your own room like this. If I'm going to go on a cruise with you, I'm going to have my own room. I'm going to have. Don't ask, tell. I'm going to have. I got to put my part back to where it goes. Say that. I'm going to have. Don't ask, tell. I'm going to have. I'm going to have. Okay, well, get all excited. Get them all excited about the cruise. It's like, oh my gosh, I can't wait. It's so exciting. Oh my gosh, but I'm going to have my own room, okay? But guess we're going to have so much fun. Da-da-da. Just throw it in there real quick and get your own room, get your own stuff. Make sure he got his own room. Maybe y'all could be next door to each other or in the same hall or whatever. But get your own room. Make sure he understands it's not a big deal. You're not making it a big deal. You need to respect your boundaries or he could find somebody else. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If he tells you to pay, just tell him, okay. And then don't ever confirm and then just leave him hanging. Okay, and don't go if he tries to make you pay. Like, oh, you can't get it. I'm sorry for you. Because see, men think they're slick and they try to invite you on a cruise. And that little room is so small and there's no privacy. Can you imagine? You got to hear them going to the bathroom, all kind of nasty stuff. No. Get your own room. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm about to go in a few minutes. Okay, I'm going to talk to y'all ladies who are, look, if y'all are going to date outside your race, date outside your race. Be prepared for it, Go to the rich side of town. Be cute. Look like somebody. Get your money up. Date for money. Whatever. Stop being so narrow-minded, insecure, and worried about what other people think. Just go do what you want. I promise you. Once you do start dating outside of your race after a couple of times or a couple of different people, you're going to be used to it anyway. It won't even matter. Okay? Just get out there and get used to it. It's not that big of a deal. More people are self-conscious of everything. And nobody's even really looking at people like that no more. Nobody cares. Just get your money. Yeah. And if y'all are afraid of everything, don't date, okay? Be cautious, be smart. But if y'all are sitting here afraid of everything, putting fear into other people, just don't date. All right? Go take your medication and go to your PTSD therapy or do something. But if y'all are afraid of everything, just don't date. Thank you, AB. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, AB. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank y'all. But some of y'all be in here old or young and have heard stories, haven't even gone on no date, but scared to date. Or just date the wrong Dusty and scared to date another person. Okay, well, make better decisions. Go to nicer sides of town. Have higher standards. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times people put themselves in their own situations and they won't want to take responsibility for it. Okay. There's always red flags, baby. So pay close attention and stop putting fear into everybody. I tell y'all all the time. Think positive. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. Don't be one of those people that always, what they call a Debbie Downer about certain things. If people are trying to get their bag, let them get their bag. If people are trying to date, let them date. Hope for the best, ma'am. Stay safe, be smart, look for red flags. That's the best you can do. You learned the hard way not to give young men a chance. Okay. Well, I've been telling y'all, so sprinkle, sprinkle. You just want the money? You don't want a date? Okay, well, go on the date and get the money and then don't go on another date. Sprinkle, sprinkle. A man returns after 2.5 months. What to do? Your standards were high and he ghosted. Now calling, what to say? Send him a Cash App request for however much you want. Sprinkle, sprinkle. It's called the re-entry fee. They can't re-enter your life without paying the toll or the fee. Okay. Just put in there when you send the Cash App request, re-entry fee. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Why? Because if they're just going to waste your time again, at least they'll be paying for it. All right. Re-entry fee, ma'am. He said, why do black women get offended when black men date white chicks? I never got offended. I think only people that got offended is the women that think that they're missing out on dating that particular man. Or, you know what I mean? I feel like if you're offended, go date someone that, that has more money. That's what I would do. If you're offended by that, go date somebody with some money. I'm only offended, by people dating someone with money. I'm gonna go date some more money, Be offended about not dating money. Don't worry about no race. Get the money. Thank you, AB. Sprinkle, sprinkle. How to shop online if it's an old new connection. Okay. Amazon wish list. Send them the link. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. I think the days are over. I'm just going to say this. I think the days are over where people should be offended by who's dating who. If you ain't got no money, just say you broke. Go get some money. Okay. Go where you're treated well and go where the money is flowing. That's all I'm telling people. Go where you're treated well and the money is flowing. That's where you need to be. Don't be worried about nobody else, what they doing. Worry about what you're doing and worry about your bank account and your pockets. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. Can you attract a rich man if you dress in goth? Maybe if they're a goth rich man, maybe they may own a club, maybe they own a tattoo parlor. If they, maybe they may own some type of, business to where they also are alternative or goth. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right, sprinkle, sprinkle. But most men, if they're very into their career, a very social person that goes to like fundraisers or galas or do rich activities and go to the country club, you might not be a good fit in their lifestyle. So try to find someone that's more alternatively wealthy in different ways, because there's lots of different types of wealthy men out there. You know what I'm saying? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Unless you dress like elegant goth, just choose the colors, but have an elegant style with it. So it's like not super in your face, but still you have the colors and the style. You know what I mean? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Think dark feminine versus goth. If you want, to go for that old money or that real money or that big money or that old money, think that. If you want to go for alternative, like new money and stuff, yeah. Do what you want. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Someone said Dita Von Teese, Kat Von D. Okay. Yeah. So think more on that scale. You said you can't fake being a goth. It has to come from within. What a disgrace. Girl, people can fake everything these days. Thank you, Keshonda. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What's a nice way to decline a coffee date? Suggest lunch instead. Like totally dismiss it. Oh my God, let's do lunch instead. What are we talking about? Okay. Bypass that. Bean juice. It's like, oh, let's do lunch instead. Okay. Anyway, so where should we go? If they fix their mouth to invite you on a coffee date, fix your mouth to suggest lunch instead, and then ask where y'all should go and tell them they got coffee there. If they don't want to go no more, then okay, dismissed. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, lady. Ma'am. Sprinkle, ma'am, for the super sticker. What? Okay, AB says, what about shopping online with him in person? Where, when, how to bring this up? Should I show an item on my phone during dinner? Send link in advance. Well, there's lots of tricks you could do. Like, it depends on how well you know this person. Have your cart already full. All right. Have your cart already full. Mm-hmm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Put some underwear in your cart too. And don't show him the rest of the stuff that's in the cart. Just show him the lingerie and the underwear part of the cart. While you're on the date, go to the restroom. Okay. And have a pair of thongs or underwear in your purse and pretend like you took off your underwear and just ball them up in your hand. And then when you go back to the table, sit on the table and grab his hand underneath the table and hand him the underwear, right? And then he's like, what is this? It's like, now I'm going to need some more. Do you want to buy me some lingerie and some underwear or some panties? Then show him your cart. You know, they say women shop and buy new undergarments when they're, excited about someone new, right? I really can see myself wearing that. Can you? Then he'd be like, oh yeah, you should get it. Then go like this. He'd be like, what are you doing? Well, don't you want to pay for this cart? Don't you want me to get this for you? Go bust out that credit card and put it in there. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. You said, what about workout gear? Stick to the plan, ma'am. Y'all know what men think like. Put whatever you want in the top of the cart, and then the last couple of things that he can see in the cart, make sure it's lingerie and stuff he's interested in, okay? Because y'all be trying to do too much. Y'all don't understand how men think. Okay. Put some thongs in there, get a little corset, put some bras up in there, some black high heels or something. That's all they need to see. The rest of the cart could be full of other stuff. That's all they need to see, though. And you're going to get them thinking on a one-track mind by handing him the underwear you had in your purse, which he thinks you took off in the bathroom, and tell him you're going to need some more. Okay? He's going to be ready to spin right then and there, okay? Okay. He don't know what else is in that cart. All he saw was the last 5 items. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah, sprinkle, sprinkle. Y'all be doing too much. Who's teaching y'all? Workout gear? Come on, man. Unless he's owning a gym or one of them weightlifting weirdos. No. Okay, no. What do they call bodybuilding? Okay, the one of them crazy bodybuilders that are obsessed with health and working out. No, you got to put something in there that they're interested in. I was out the other day and I was going to this restaurant, and there's how they have healthy prepared meals, meal prep places that do meal prep and people go in and buy it. There's a place like that, and you see all the workout fanatics and the bodybuilders going in there to go get their meal preps and stuff. Body be on swole, car be on who did it and why. How are you fitting in that little bitty car? Aren't you ashamed to drive that? You should be figuring out how to get money instead of building muscle. You need to be building your finances. You know what I mean? Why are you working out and you ain't got no money? Oh my gosh. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I'd rather you have a belly and some money than ride in that car with your buff muscles. Because it's terrible. Why do y'all do that? Sprinkle, sprinkle. How are you going to have I couldn't do it. Sorry. I'd rather you be ugly, fat, old, with a nice car and some money than be buff with that raggedy car. I'm not going to be riding in it. Sorry, sprinkle, sprinkle. Baller belly. All right. Anyway, I was going into the restaurant getting ready to eat my food. And you just notice this sometimes. Their priorities are not in order. They're working on their body, but not working on their finances. So that's a problem. Okay, sprinkle, sprinkle. You can work out as much as you can. Ain't gonna make no woman want you more if you ain't got no money. Sorry. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I appreciate you. But nope. Mm-hmm. Should you make him pay for your pretty first date outfit? If he offers it to you. If you say you have nothing to wear. Oh, I have nothing to wear. Everything's too big or small or whatever. Just say they don't fit or you have to borrow something from somebody. It's like, oh, you know what? I need to go borrow something from my cousin or my sister. I don't really have anything to wear. I don't go on a lot of dates. Plus, everything in my closet is such and such. Then he'll be like, oh, well, it's like, but I was looking online at a few things, but Then he'll be like, well, what is it? And send me the link or I'll get it for you. So act like you ain't got no clothes and you borrow stuff. And they'll most likely offer it, okay? That's all you got to do. Hint around. What should you say when a man asks what you're looking for? Nothing. That's the dumbest question men always ask because all they do is take mental notes of how to act and pretend. So she's like, I don't know. I'll know it when I see it. Someone very interesting and can impress me. Someone interesting who can impress me. That way they'll be trying to everything that they can do. Someone interesting and someone who can actually impress me. Then they'll like, well, what impresses you? Then you start naming off stuff. All right. Name off stuff that's impressive to you. Stuff that costs a lot of money, ma'am. It's not cheap to impress certain women. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Don't tell them the truth. Exactly. Don't be an open book. Remain mysterious and make them work for whatever presence and time that they're getting. Okay. And believe me, they enjoy it. Okay. I'm getting ready to wrap this up. So thank y'all, everybody who sent donations. I appreciate y'all. If y'all want to ask me a question in private, I do have a Patreon. It's linked probably at the top of the live comments. It's also in my description. Let me get my Patreon on. Let me see. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Uh-oh. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me get the link if y'all want to join the Patreon. Don't send me a whole paragraph. Just send me a few sentences if you have a question. I appreciate you. Also, my one and only TikTok is linked in the description bar, and my Instagram, which I'm verified on. Y'all follow me there too. All right. Thank y'all. I'll see y'all soon. Bye.